To try to line up and scary repositions one yesterday 1, 2, 3.
We'll see how they
A ranked game right now. We're working on Star Round, potentially even an ace
into the Cosmic Divide. Deny vision, but it's
kill to do. They already breach up onto A.
oh my God!
Spray. Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Flary, Popsos gets a hit, gets one more. Flary with 3.
Yesterday was history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift as I give you guys the opportunity to witness some quality Valorant here at day 2 of the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Valorant Challengers Malaysia-Singapore Split 2 of the playoffs. And of course, I'm Leonard, known as Yolo Lee, and gracing me at the no caster's desk, it is Choo Choo.
Yeah, I agree. We miss our desk here. And definitely I cannot hide my height anymore. Thanks for this. And I love the set. It feels like we can actually do a boxing thing here right now.
I mean,
entering ours. Yeah, it feels like a UFC ring here.
I mean, technically, if we do have a disagreement, yes, we can actually throw it down, right? But then
literally,
again, I feel like we're a little bit under budget, right? Because we just we lost our chairs, we lost our tables, you know,
we lost our budget.
We lost everything, right? We got nothing left, guys.
And we got a lot of boxes behind. That's an additional budget on it. It's not so bad.
Dude, if you recall as well, back at the group stages, we had like an arsenal of weaponry around us, right? We had to sell everything.
Because we're giving all to the players here. Where we do have the top 6 teams who will be battling it out today. We're looking at yesterday as a start and today is another battle and it's going to be a death match. But who will be? See it up in this video.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's okay. It's okay. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's okay. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Yeah, take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I think it's my time. Let me check my wrist. You can never get my shine, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, cause I'm feeling like Chris Cross. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need a million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck.
Yep, we're loving that music.
I don't know.
Swagging it.
I can tell you this, man. Every single time, split 1, split 2, for some reason it comes up with the biggest hits, man. I tell you, man, it's
I love
really
the
crazy.
music. I'm not like when it comes to Riot music, all the games in Valorant, you just have to
Top
be
tier.
in it. You know what? Might as well come here for the music only.
I mean, man, that's maybe 20, that maybe like 30% of the thing why I'm excited here for. But of course, either way, Choo Choo, definitely for sure we got some dang good Valorant to watch in Acacia today as well. Like
Yesterday.
oh my god, yesterday,
Oh
my god.
my.
Like seriously, like as we bring up the brackets to talk about it as well, right? Because like seriously, yesterday's game was particularly more heated up than it was supposed to. It didn't even feel like the appetizer for our players anymore. It felt like the main course of the grand finals, because as we have our top 4 teams of the group stage going head to head with each other, 2-1 scoreline, and even going overtime with it.
I mean, like, yeah, we do see the buy up there. But speaking of yesterday, you mentioned about the main course, definitely a smashing main course. We talked about Bleed and Accent. It was so close.
Oh, it was crazy.
We're not even kidding. And that was Bleed's worst performance day, as they so called it. But still, they managed to wrap things up against X10. Speaking of Enigma versus Kizuna, now this is where things get really dicey.
I mean, definitely for sure. And the thing is this as well, I think I need to go find a video, because I did make a statement back at Split 1. I said that Kizuna is the team that has by far the greatest growth, right?
Yeah,
and now,
I agree.
But thank God, in the back at Split 2, the results, it's a lot more evident here.
Thank God for that. If not, there's nothing to back up your statement out there.
No, because like I really believe they have really potential great growth here and great strength as well. But of course, the result, a lot of people kept saying like, Leonard, the result of Split 1 didn't show that much, you know?
I agree. But speaking of Enigma Gaming, yesterday, would have thought, I mean, like, I was devastated myself thinking about, you know, I do want to vote for Kizuna as well, but we always seen Enigma Gaming as the upper hand at first. Kizuna is always under the Cinderella story or a bit of understatement, sort of a team. But in this case, Kizuna stays at the upper bracket for now. And we do have X10 versus none other than, is it BBP first or T3? You know what, I'm going to open
Teo
up.
Teo Teo.
Teo Teo Teo, yeah.
Of course.
Here comes. Magically just appeared out of nowhere in my book.
I'm actually surprised they actually fitted the jacket in the first place.
Hey, it's magic.
Oh, okay.
Don't spoil the fun. Come on. Yeah, we're speaking of our first matchup. It's going to be Enigma Gaming versus Teo Teo Teo. Now, we talked about a lot of Enigma Gaming. Definitely yesterday must be traumatizing for them with a smackdown, smash, one-sided last map. 13-0. Now, how do they come back from that?
Let's be honest, while you say they have a broken willpower, I say they come back with vengeance here. Especially for X10 as well, because remember, this is literally the playoffs that will decide which team will be going to the Ascension here as well. So X10 and Enigma, they are fired up for some revenge, a little bit of a grudge as well as they try to get back up the ladder here. But of course, first thing first, they need to try to survive the survival of the fittest here at the lower bracket.
And speaking of Teo Teo Teo, Banav, Brandon, DZ, Redlight, and Shiba, they haven't played yesterday, so definitely got themselves a bit of revision to do, and they actually did discover about their opponents here, which can be Enigma Gaming, what they had to offer yesterday. So definitely they already read out some strategies, and they might actually think about what map vetoes they want to put in and what not. But speaking of Teo Teo Teo, now this is a team that up and rising. I have to say they are one of the wildcard teams. When they actually make it, they can actually do it, but something is just not that very consistent.
I mean, there's, yes, like you mentioned as well, there are a little bit concerns for consistency here as well. Or maybe the fact that there are several teams who has a little bit more superior firepower, especially when we're talking about the FPS aspects as well. But then again, they are still pretty synergized as a team as they're really coming close together. And remember, they were actually playing relatively together back at Split 1 under the name of different branding of Hey Yakiniku. Now coming here with Teo.
I'm gonna just banter that for a bit more. You talk about how they're being synergized themselves a bit more, line. But the problem is, I do see a lot of the players coming from Teo 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 has been changing up so much of their roles here. We're talking about them have been flexing. Yes, flexing is great, but not for the entire roster. We talk about what 3 out of 5 players coming from Teo Teo have been swapping out roles consistently over the past Split 2 overall. But when it comes to Enigma Gaming, now this is the team that's always been up there, now fallen from grace to face against Teo Teo Teo.
I wouldn't really say fallen from grace.
They are.
We are talking about the top 4 here. Gotta give them a little bit of a credit here. They really fought for their win, of course. But then again, there's one thing you are right. It's the fact that their current status is right now they are in the lower bracket fighting for their lives to continue to stay in the game. And of course, they are Enigma Gaming. Of course, the branding we all know and heard pretty prominent. They're just as prominent as the players itself. So far, if we talk about consistency here, now this is what I'm talking about, consistency in terms of role. They know what they want.
Yeah.
They know what they require to get that success, to get that win. However, there will be certain unexpected scenarios, especially when it comes to certain gameplays or stress being utilized by other teams, which they may not be very able to tune in properly just yet.
That's the thing that I like to differ when it comes to Enigma Gaming. They do know how to, on the fly to just compensate what they actually lost before and just on the fly try to improve in an instant. And also speaking of the three players, we do have Frey, Styra, and also Divine. Don't forget about their C games. They're one of the best. But when it comes to Styra and Shiba, both teams are flex players. We're talking about if they have to put themselves in a very, very uncomfortable situation where they have to play a different role entirely. These are the guys that you want to put into those kind of lineups.
I mean, Flex, of course, they have the capability to go for Flex. However, for the teams itself, they are a lot more dedicated to their given role, which is that being initiator. But then again, I do like the idea actually we're having both of these two players in particular between these two teams as the comparison, because not because of similar in stats or whatsoever, but because of a very similar play style which these two likes to have, which is flanking, going around the back, being the lurker. But most importantly, I guess you could say these two players are given the title as always the last man standing. These guys are the one that's always the last one to die, and they will always be the one to create the biggest of chaos if given the opportunity here.
Very impactful players, I agree indeed. But back to Styron and Shiba, if you look at the KAS T%, which is going to be kill, assist, and also trading on the survival. And you talked about survival. Definitely they are one of the highest up there, including a trading. But when you compare with average kill, now this is where things get a bit a bit of a twist here. We can see Styron a bit more of a team player, while Shiba sometimes is a bit too impulsive. You have to agree with that. Sometimes it's a bit too dry picking, a bit too much, but it will be a very good impact for the team. It's sort of giving a different value. High risk, high reward coming up from Shiba.
Correct. And then there will be certain scenarios where the amount of risk that's being provided in the rounds or scenario doesn't really match with the rewards that's currently given here, especially if it comes down to a 1v4. But then again, without a shadow of a doubt, these two players are someone you really need to look out for. It's really the kind of scenario when you're really in the game itself, especially when the match is really quiet. Their action is absolutely silent, dead in the night as well. When you think like, okay, I think we're all right, that's when you really ask yourself, are we really all right? Because you have no idea when suddenly Styron pulls off his usual thing, or Shiba coming out of the blue with a flank from spawn. Absolutely terrifies every single player.
If I'm not mistaken, Styron is one of the players that love to play the Odins, if I'm not mistaken again. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where things get really scary, by the way. But we talked about our players just now who will be playing here when it comes to the deathmatch today, but when it comes to the maps where everything matters. Now, we did predict our map beforehand. So we did actually calculate and analyze over all the matches being played by both teams and which map will they pick. Now I'm going to take out my magic book again. And so far, a funny thing enough that between these two teams, I realized that some of them, like example, coming up from the side of Enigma, they don't really like split. So that's one thing for sure. But they love to pick on Lotus. But the problem with Teo love to ban on Lotus. So will we be seeing any Lotus at all today?
The thing is, especially when we're coming to just map videos between these two sides, I don't think we're going to be able to see Lotus at all. I think that's definitely going to be a priority ban coming from it. I mean, of course, get rid of it, right? I mean, it's a very straightforward logic, right? It's like when in doubt, don't bot. Like when in doubt, when you have no idea, like the unexpected variable, just ban it, remove it out of the pool. You don't have to think about it.
That's why you didn't put it in your prediction here.
I mean, okay, ladies and gentlemen, like what you mentioned, we are selecting our maps based on picks, not by bans. So we're expecting.
For me, by bans, both.
So, you went for like.
I went for both.
Wait, so you're saying which one is banned? I thought this is all picks.
These are all picks.
Exactly.
Yeah, these are my picks.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Oh, yeah, okay.
I went for Pearl and Split because hands down, both teams love Pearl.
Yeah.
Love Pearl. I mean, in particular, I feel Enigma's Gaming Pearl is going to be it's going to be a field day for Enigma Gaming if they're able to get Pearl into the pool, regardless of who picks it. Split, on the other hand, I feel like it is an opportunity for Teo 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 to actually utilize to be as a punishing one.
Asan is more confident on the side of a 2-2-2, but at the same time, Asan, I have to give it. Like I did actually mention this before, and back in the scenes back then, we talked about the most OT map is going to be Asan right now.
I mean,
you cannot deny that.
I mean, it really depends, right? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have already given our prediction. Let's quickly bring up the map video to see how it actually pans out. I still think Lotus is going to be the ban, of course. Still bans out Lotus without a shadow of a doubt. EG, I feel this is going to be a Haven ban.
Well, we did talk about the map just now, so yeah, I mean Haven is going to be Haven is going to be one of those. But when it comes to the first map, will they pick Ascent or will they pick Bind or will they pick Split? No, based on our prediction just now. Well, Pearl, definitely. That's surprisingly, it's not Enigma picking this over one, but I'm not surprised because either Ascent or Pearl, it will be one of Teo Teo Teo's favorite map here. So in this case, Enigma Gaming, will they go for the side of what we mentioned before, which is going to be Pearl? High chance it will be.
No way, hold on. I'm thinking...
Sorry, it was Ascent.
No way. This totally blows out the window here because of the fact that it's supposed, the order of things should have been Teo 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 going for the split for the punishing map here to try to take back the round.
Right, hey.
I mean, yeah, I got it right, but I'm still surprised.
But why? You put it up in your prediction. You should be happy about this.
I mean, I'm surprised because of the fact that one, it's supposed to be a punt, like Teo 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 is supposed to be picking split because Pearl's in the pool. They don't mind playing in. The thing is, Teo 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 likes Pearl. Yeah. But at the same time, I felt like they wanted to at least...
I got mine wrong.
I got it...
You got all right. I mean, like, both of us got 2 right, but you got all 3. I mean, like, I was voting for Bind here.
No, but the thing is the reason why I said that is if Pearl was not banned in the first ban selection, right? They wouldn't mind letting Pearl into the pool. It's just a matter of who's going to pick it. So I thought Teo 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 is confident enough that EG will pick Pearl for themselves.
That's the thing.
They go for the punishing with Split.
I mean, like, yes, Pearl was very traumatizing for the last map yesterday coming out from the side of Enigma Gaming. Maybe that's why they are intrigued to pick Pearl first. Just to make them relive the moment of yesterday's defeat, which is going to be a SmackDown 13-0. But if they manage to bounce back, that's going to be a greater motivation and drive on the side of, you know, none other than Enigma Gaming to prove they can actually finish 13-0 to a tie Teo 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 if they want to. I
mean, that's true as well, and I can understand why we have this wrestling of a mania because I feel I'm about to have a fight with you, right? Because you're so negative. She's like, Enigma is so traumatized. They don't see the map.
They have the drive, man.
I'm saying they have vengeful fury, that kind of thing.
Bounce back.
Yeah, they won't bounce back, of course, but I'm still surprised at the like I said, very surprised with the order of things, how they actually turns out here. But of course, here comes Asia selections. Really excited to see what they pick. Harbor, I love the idea that Harbor is getting a little bit more prominent as a selection here.
I'm going to put that a pause for a bit. I mean, like, the double control is pretty much the meta these days when it comes to this sort of a map. But yesterday, I'm not that happy with the Reyna draft coming up from the side of Enigma Gaming. I do prefer the Jet coming up from the... He was a remarkable, brilliant play with those Jets. But when it comes to Reyna, it doesn't give that much of an impact. Because one, when it comes to Pearl, the problem is the pathway just leading to the side is a bit longer. So you need something swift to jump into it. Raze, even a Phoenix Wall, will be such impactful agents to be playing. But so far, we haven't seen a lot of Reyna impactful coming up in this map just yet. But maybe he will prove us wrong here.
The thing is for me, in my prediction, I don't think it's not impactful at all. I feel like it actually fits with the play style. This really fast, I wouldn't say really fast pace, but more like roaming pace of a composition, right? Because remember, when you have both Harbor and Viper, they are smokers, yes, but they're not considered proper smokers like Astra or Brimstone. They're more non-proper, but they
non-proper.
They're not. Yeah, they're really non-proper smokers, but they are considered smokers that are with really great screens. You have the Cascade, you get the High Tide, you even have the toxic screen as well.
For me, maybe they're not true smokers, as you mentioned, but the plus point coming up from these agents are they can turn things on and off with those utils.
But that's what I'm saying. So when you have the Guiding Light Trailblazer paired with the Lyre, you're allowing to really play with a really nice skill synergy along with these utilities here. So I'm really excited to see how well he's going to be able to pull this off. Although, yes, I do agree with one point which you mentioned, the fact that it's maybe you don't have that power of an entry compared to like when you have a Raze or a Jet.
Yeah.
But then again, since Enigma Gaming has always been a little bit of a utility-based comp here, I feel this actually just might be right up in our alley.
Just gotta have to wait and see until that actually delivers, because so far our theories, everything can be put into factor here.
I mean, then technically, then you can actually go for, you can actually pit who's better, because it's pretty mirroring, except the difference of duelists.
I'm not surprised of those draft, because the duelists actually play so much big parts, especially when it comes to attacking. Yeah, you want to clear off the side every corner as possible, as fast as you can. But can Reina deliver that? It's down to San to make the plays here. Definitely go towards the side of a double door, going straight into mid, and might actually just venture into B within a swift. They got themselves in the link already, but Shiba hold his ground. A bit of a trading down with San as well, with those frenzies at work. Zan now trying to clear up the corners, but the problem is they have no clue and no information about where are the other players of Teo. Now they're just exposing themselves a bit more, going for a retake for the side of Trio with 1-to-1 trade, 2-to-1 trade for now for both teams. Never mind, 2-for-2.
Oh, what an exceptional entry, but the defense is just as good. Dizzy absolutely on point, and it's required, but none will be said, none will be made, because EG will secure that round. Such an explosive entry. By the way, Chuchu, you notice as well how crazy it is when you set up that toxic screen. Well, not only did you manage to set up for the B side as well with the screen, but you can also somewhat deny anyone who's actually going to be covering your team, the defender's teammate, towards that middle area. No one was there to back up Brandon. He thought his teammate he thought Shiba can come in for the swing for the support, but he couldn't. Absolutely obscured our vision.
Yeah, I agree. Those walls plays a big part here. It's all about the timing as well to pick out. Dry pick going for the push for the side of Teo Teo Teo. They're not going to give away B side easily. Going to its side of Rem, pushing in deeper.
Wow.
But Arton use and utilize, but it's just too close for comfort. A bit of trading, a swift one, and they're down to only 2v2 for the players. With Daisy down to half of his HP, less than that. 43 with Tyron and Frey. Now, how to retrieve those that spike of their side? But Frey make it happen anyways.
A little bit too much of an order here in a 1v2. Seems a little bit viable as well, but with the sheriff in hand, with a full spray of a farming squad, no way Daisy's going to be able to hold his own.
I'm going to take that back. Well, you know what, San? You're okay with playing that Reina. And yesterday, they didn't even get attacking side because they were losing on defending side. Big one. That's zero cost because of they were in defending side. So we can say that Enigma do love to play a bit more of attacking or offensive with this kind of lineup, but didn't have that kind of a chance yesterday.
I mean, then again, you must also understand Enigma Gaming has always been has found more success. Whether it's on Pearl or any other map, has found more success when they're on the defending side. Yeah. So if Enigma is able to get out as much points as possible, then we might actually see a really solid hole later on. But of course, fresh new round, Choo-Choo. Let's see what tails entails for us.
High ties up, while the rest of Teo 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 holding the position, still at their own post here. Going for the side of a hole, Shiba trying to venture out in a dry pick, but those Trailblazer give away this position. That's been shut down by Shiba as well. Holding those holes, solidifying his position. Daisy now taking back one more trade. 2-0. That's going to be difficult for the side of Enigma with two players. It's doable still, but quite tough with Brandon just shutting them down. Now they can rid them like a book now as Teo winning this third round flawlessly.
Oh, it was so great. Teo, and I love how fast their adaptation just after witnessing the first 2 rounds. Actually, more like maybe 1.5 rounds, right? Because since the previous round, round number 2, since a little bit halfway, since they took the fight, didn't really take the fight at the bomb site itself. They straight away adapted and understand, okay, they're going to be really fast-paced. They throw in all the utilities. They were going for the hunt. You even saw Zan. He chased down Dizzy all the way to the side, blind or not. He was so intent to get that kill, but was not able to get it. Has no choice but to relent it. And once all the utilities, all the screens all dies down, that's why you saw Teo Teo make full use of those weaponry and those angles.
There's one-way smoke just now, a bit hesitant for the side of Alton to actually breach into the double door, but here comes High Tide. San alongside with the Trailblazers just to follow behind to see if there's anybody around, but shooting a wall bang at that. Alton is more than happy to have a pick and kill. And this could be a green light for the side of Enigma Gaming to go in which side, wherever their fancy. Might be going for B here. Look at how far coming up from Frey, going to the side of B long or the ramp side, just to clear the site here, giving a bit of information, but they're going in for the rush. Oh, I feel bad for Shiba right now.
Definitely isolated, but he can play his cards right. He can go for a really nice swing. Sally was going to get 1-for-1 for that at least. But this hopefully lessens the burden on his teammate's shoulder as the rest of the squad tries to go in for the reinforcement. I love the body system being preset here by Banana and Dizzy. Back to back. If one were to fall, his teammate is definitely going to be there to return the favor. And now the spike's been down to 3v3. Pretty even out as well. And remember, not much utility for the post plan either.
Coming up to a side of Halls, a one in tower. That's going to be a side of Sand, guarding over that end, just in case they try to breach in, but they're trying to go for the link side. Frey, it's so difficult for them to actually retake B. But there's a task they must complete here. Coming up from the side of Redlar, going on the ramp, but Sand just know exactly where to stand. Almost an ace, finish off as a 4. He got himself the most important position that is on top of that tower.
You see, that's why I was concerned, right? Not much utility left for the post plan. That's why you see them playing a little bit more closer to the site itself. However, Zan making full use of their long rotation because he only gave them a very small intel. Last letting them know where he was, previously was, before getting out there as he went one big round. Exceptional repositioning coming from Zan.
Incredible work. He's just cleaning off whatever there is left. Nav and Redlar, on the other hand, have to go for default. They have no clue, with Frey just lurking around on the B side, giving false information there. While the rest of Enigma Gaming players trying to go for kill for pick. Trying to pick on one to get any green light, any sort of loose end here. Brendan trying to venture himself out a bit more. Just next to it. Trailblazer would give away his position. He got stunned. There's a bit of a problem trying to wall bang it as well. Didn't work, but Arson got finished off instead. Lucky enough they managed to trade in there, but not enough for the side of Sand.
Oh my God. Didn't expect that kind of result or outcome either way. And the worst part about it, it hurts so much more for Enigma Gaming to lose not only a flash, but one of your screens as well here. Now it really comes down to Frey and Starro just taking itsy-bitsy steps into the site itself, being as diligent as possible to clear out these corners here. But then again, what a gamble being made by Brendan, being so out forward with that positioning.
But at the same time, this is doable with that smoke coming up from the side of Frey. Still have the controller alive, and Starro can just go for the lineups. Just going for post plan, but the problem is how to get into the site here because it's heavily guarded to the side of Redlar. But there's Styron, that's one. Last one to go, but a bit of a trading done. Frey left alone, 46 HP left. Not enough as Benav secures those eliminations. It's going to be 2-3 for now. But hey, Teo 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 is fighting back.
And plus, there was also that comms as well, right? Relaying information, the fact that, hey, I have already tagged Brendan, right? So that's why you see a little bit more confidence coming from Divine. I mean, he has always been a man. He has always been a confidence player when it comes to fragging abilities.
He's always been a man, yes.
Confident man, yeah. But then again, of course, Divine not gonna miss any opportunities to get a very simple frag, especially when his opponent has been tagged pretty heavily as well. 46 HP to boot.
I agree, and this time we do have the Seekers online. Seekers for both Reckoning is up for both teams, but they're leaving a spike behind just to go for the dry pick at first, to get any sort of entry and any sort of intel as much as they can. But my oh my, that Sherry one tap coming up from Frey. Even though being a bit of a burnt out by those poison just now, but DZ will be having a bit of a trading there with his ults. Late Storm, but knows exactly where to stand.
Oh yeah, definitely loves to play with those angles to go for the punish. Got that intel, pretty big intel, the fact that there's quite a few people towards hovering around the mid area. gives them a rough idea, and Rela feeling a little bit confident as well to try to take this fight close quarter to those corners as well. If he nicely times it with his teammates, he actually can box them in for a kill zone. Zan gets picked off respectively, but the trade Dizzy comes in for an absolute spray, an absolute field day here for Dizzy at Teo Teo Teo.
I hate to say it, but
Oh,
probably
this is
best
so
to play
hard
as
to
a
predict
team.
who's winning this one now.
What's the
Well, you
plan?
see-
Both duelists playing so much, doing so much work for both sides here.
You know, honestly, the scary thing about Dizzy at the point is like
Yeah.
when he's really on a roll, he really
Is on
starts
the roll,
rolling.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's beyond rolling. It's just, you know, an avalanche hits to a side of Enigma Gaming now. Can they come back for this? So far, they've been losing 2 rounds straight. It will cost them badly, and they will be in destitute if they keep this going. They have to win this round. It's a must. It's compulsory for them. Now, going for the rush to a side of B as fast as they could, but being stopped over due to this blind and due to those flashes coming up from Divine. Not even Divine, never mind, but back to the side of a bit hold. While the other two lurking over the side of mid, they're trying to give a bit more force to brute force themselves in for the other trio of Enigma Gaming, but they will reply on the side of Teo 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 here. Daisy within those Vipers pet.
Oh my lord! This is just one of those scenarios where you just can't do it, and you can't really question about it because he was just trying to pre-fire all the way to the back of the side. Didn't expect that you'll find great fortune as he picks up Dizzy.
They must have somebody in the smoke. Zoe's like that. If Viper speed or not, there's no stopping them from just open fire there. Now the rest of the entire cavalry coming up from Enigma Gaming, they pull in as a 5 in B side. They know for a fact, yeah, it's a bit of a hassle for them to actually get into the Viper spin. The Reckoning will fish them out, but Brandon, the moment they start to move, they will have a bit of a trade. Shima shuts down on Norton and Bernard. They can still actually do it, a bit of trading to do. Divine taking down on Sheba as well, down to 2-2. Now, how to get across these walls have been up there forever.
Oh, he's gonna die, he's gonna run out. It's a matter who spots who first. Frey was able to find one, pops his own personal Viper bit, despite the 2v1, not needed. Divine, he knows what needs to be done. That's gonna allow EG to get another point for themselves. My God, really great game. Like I said, we're blessed with some really good
I mean,
VALORANT
like,
today.
we saw the Viper's pit in a different sort of scenario, totally different. One is trying to hold the grounds just to make sure they won't enter, but they still managed to shut down on one anyway.
I'm not gonna lie, I was very concerned because they were aggressively committing everything through the Viper pit to take that fight blind as well. So
Yeah.
there was a lot of risks, but like you said, high risk, high reward.
It's kind of true, and that's going to be the momentum pushing to a side of Enigma Gaming for now. Now going for the rush to a side of A instead. They do have lurkers coming up from Frey just to give false information, waiting for the push coming up from B, but the spike has been moving all along. While they're trying to shift over to the Teo's position to a side of A, faking and bluffing it over. Maybe they're trying to get onto a side of mid with those double doors, but they're not giving it away easily. As Brandon just holding his post there. He knows for a fact they might be bluffing. He's reading them like a book, but nobody's guarding on Art, but they do have that bot coming out, that alarm bot from Red Law will be guarding over that side.
I mean, that's one of the few beauties of why you have a Killjoy, right? You are able to handle or at least get some form of intel in multiple areas at the same time. But here comes the offensive lockdown. It feels like they want to try to bait out this A side here, but not able to fall for it because there was not much follow-up right after that lockdown actually came down. Coming from the sideline, able to clear the side, was able to try to get a couple of picks. Will be blitzkrieging into the side, and Styro was able to find the respected counterpart, sending him back to the Shadow Realm.
And now it's not done and dusted yet. Going for the post plant here. All they need to do is just wait for the right timing. Will they pick out those high ties there? The high tie is just remarkable. Coming up from the side of Valtin, he just plays so perfectly well. And the right timing is right across of Easy. He can't even pick out. Now they're forcing to just give themselves a bit of a random spray. But dark out area, there will be somebody waiting, and Sam, as always, delivers.
Last player standing.
Oh.
I have to give that round to a side of Arton. That time of high tide and the cascade, that was the perfect timing. And you saw how Dizzy was baffled. He was standing around Flower's side in A, and he was waiting to pick out, but the high tide happened to be at the right time.
And the crazy thing about it is I also felt like that moment of pause without instantly following out with the lockdown as well actually was like a moment, like actually it was a graceful period because like everyone, even from the B side, 3 members just halted because they were saying like lockdown is coming down, but there's no fallout. Could be a bait, could be a diversion. That gave enough time for EG to just prep to get into that side. It was so crazy.
Eco run coming from Teo, knowing for a fact they cannot afford to use everything. They're trying to save it up for the next round as well. They can come back here, 2 losses in a row. Just like how did Enigma Gaming was losing before, they can actually come back to this. But Styron a bit hesitant to make a pick, just to make sure they're trying to go not over picking, not overzealous as well. Styron's peeking out, but Redla spotted out that 1 pixel shot. A bit of a trading done in A side here. They clears out all the angles and all the corners, despite he's running swiftly to a side of A with those high tides coming up as well. The rest of Teo 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 will have Frey to deal with. Never mind.
A little bit. Just one of those days, you know, just one of those times as well. But of course, Dizzy trying to make use of the scenario. Definitely going to be getting a nice free upgrade with the Vandal on hand. But he's looking for the sidelines. They are prepped for it. They got the intel for it as well. They're confident. They got the spike down as well. They also got decent plus man utilities to try to counteract. It's just a matter of how long they can draw out that fight. Shiba popping out, dropping in the cold, trying to force on the Nanderson, trying to force on whatever utility they got in their hands here. While one goes in for the commit and the rest holds the line. He absolutely an unmovable man. Dizzy refused to be unfazed, but sadly he let one little rat slip through, and that rat was good enough to break the stride. Oh my god.
And Arson died in the last minute as well. My goodness me. That was so close of that diffusing moment. It was like, what? Almost 1 second away from that diffusing, and that nano swarm bought so much time.
You know, the craziest part about it was that Dizzy just decided, you know what, this is not good for the team. He literally jumps out and just missed it. Just missed a glimpse of that last player, and that gave me an opportunity.
But at least, hey, they won that round. At least, I mean, like, aside of, they almost won that round. So close.
Oh, it was.
So close.
It was crazy. It was phenomenal. And remember, that was a round which they were actually...
On Eco.
Exactly. It was almost a 3-3 round.
And it was constant coming outside of Enigma. But hey, Frey, it's going to be there forever. But Sand making an entrance to a side of Double Door, taking down Brendan. They're not done and dusted yet. It's going straight into B-side in a swift manner. But the rest of Teo 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 already read things out. But Frey's the lurker. They need to shut him down. They're giving a bit of a paranoid sense if they cannot shut down those Vipers.
The crazy part about it, they got the confidence. Once Brendan died as well as he overextended, that just gave them, this idea about, right, we're just gonna run straight to that side, get the spike down, fall back. This is literally peak, exactly the peak result that Enigma Gaming is hoping for. No loss of life, comfortable with the post plans here, and not much defensive utilities for the retake coming from Teo Teo Teo.
This post plan is perfect for the side of Enigma Gaming. They still have the reckoning ongoing. Even though they shut down on Frey, but they're just going to go for the save. They know for a fact it's almost impossible for them to defuse this spike, provided Arton already got his reckoning. No, if you want to stay in one place to defuse, you can't actually deal with that. So might actually just save it this round and wait for the next lockdown if they need it to. So far, it's heavily to a side of B for the attacking side. On side of Enigma, yeah, we do have an A once or twice, but majority just going to fall to a side of B.
But it's understandable as well, because if you want to hit that A side, it can be pretty difficult because you're going to be running through nanoswarms and whatsoever defensive utility compared to just running past the tide or the cascade that's going to be made by Shiba itself here. So, but then again, they do love to get, at least Enigma Gaming playstyle has always been loving to get counter control, get as much control, allow them a little bit more flexibility and a variety in their tactics here, right? So mid has always been one of the few areas to hit whenever they can.
Speaking of mid, Frey as well as Brendan will have a bit of exchange in their greetings. Same goes for San, shutting out on Binaf. But those double doors will play such a big favor if Enigma can penetrate those doors easily. It's not as easy as we thought, but decided that Brendan will push a bit more further in, and this decided was sort of Enigma Gaming pull back all the way, trying to reconsider B right now. But at the same time, best timing possible for Brendan to pull back as well. He knows for a fact, you know, the setup coming up from B, those walls will actually do work. But they are contemplating right now. Will they go for A? They do have the alarm bot there.
Well, they are pretty convinced that they don't. There's mostly going to be an alarm on that
Yeah.
sidelines as well.
Can they
And-
see it through? Can they hear it? That's the thing. Can they shoot it out?
I mean, of course they can shoot it down, but the fact that once it's shot down, everything,
Everybody
hell,
knows.
all hell breaks loose. Everyone gets right at the side. But of course,
Checking the side
Guiding
with
light.
Trailblazer. That's smart. Coming out with the high tide just to make sure they got the site cleared. Now they're trying to do what they did before. It's time to make way to his A main. And San finished off
30 seconds
easy
left.
in a Swift. And now they're just going to a side of Secret and just going to guard over every entry possible for this post plant. And they are flawless here. Again, 5 of them still alive.
taking their time with this. Finding an off-swing, or they're playing with a really cheeky angle. Gonna find Brandon, of course, Zan, finding his own specific target on the other side. It's 8-3. They're pretty much like 1 point
Last
away before,
round
literally
before
the
the
last
switch.
round before the switch here. But Chuchu, look at the crazy thing about this, right?
Yeah.
Enigma Gaming has always been they are fine playing this long game. They don't mind waiting out, burning out utilities or burning out the enemy's utilities before they actually made a very explosive entry here. But what's crazy, the fact that not only do they have this playstyle for themselves, but they also have already adjusted the means against Teo Teo Teo. They have noticed 1 or 2 players will do this really aggressive push towards this mid side and will try to punish whenever they can, and they have.
And that's going to be the side of Brandon every single time being punished here. It feels like
Oh, close.
it's a deja vu, but lucky enough didn't hit any of his HP for now. And he will pull back all the way.
I'm surprised he actually got out for that kill zone because it was not just
feels-
Frey, but Zan was also positioned for that swing as well.
And you heard that operator shot just now so loud, scares
Oh,
the
God.
heck out of him. But here it comes again. It's Zoe Zartan being the playmaker this time. A Trailblazer gave away a bit of intel there. But the Cascade and also the High Tide play such a big role in this. And they just covers. I think they want to go into art again. But they don't have the High Tide, just like how they did with A previously. So they need those High Tide to work if they want to do again what they did in the previous round. So they might actually contemplate going to a side of B, but at the same time, they have no clue who's waiting in B. There's nobody to clear the site just yet.
Slow and steady, definitely. But then, of course, time is running out, and of course, it's not on their side at the moment. Dizzy got the Blaze
30
Storm in
seconds
hand. He
left.
knows that this explosive entry is going to be coming soon. He got the audio cues, he got the
Oh,
utilities. Now he's prepped for it. Sound
the
is getting with the
timing.
Lear, managed to get out of it. Here comes the guiding Seekers here. They won't be able to match them all their targets and going to be able to get their respective frags as members of the attacking side slowly dwindle down as quickly as possible as Teo 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 refuse to go quietly within the night, and they will hold strong.
They got it right at first with those High Tides at work
Switching
and those
sides.
domes and even the poison walls. But the thing is, the other side have the same thing that they have to offer, and they're just being blinded. I think Reyna's Lear just now was perfect blind, but it's just, you know, they're coming out from the places here you unexpected them to be, coming out from sort of Teo Teo Teo. That's the greatest thing about Teo Teo. They are unconventional player. They like to do something a bit awkward, yes, but it works.
The thing is this, right? Especially since when she used her Lear to actually entry back into the side, right? It was mainly used to actually clear out that one corner, the left side. That's why you see. That's why you see the Viper popped out the attack. You see Frey popped out his own personal toxic screen as she leered to clear out that corner to give the team a little form of reassurance. But what actually threw them off their game in that last round was just the Seekers. The Seekers really just spanned them out there. They didn't really connect it at all, but they did give a rough idea of exactly where the trajectory, allowing the Blaze Storm, allowing the sprays to connect. And after that, all it came down with, especially once the toxic screen poison ran out, it just came down, just go for easy pickings.
I agree. With this sort of double controllers on both sides here, I mean, like, the best thing you can hope for is where they stand, and that's where Seekers play a big part. That's why they want the Trailblazer. Even a Fate would be great here with those haunts, right? In this case, you need something to give your intel and the rest of your team a bit of information about regarding where they stand, because there's too many smokes. You can't see a thing. You can get lost in those smokes. 8-4 for now. Just remember, so far we've seen this sort of lineup. It feels great when it comes to attack aside, but can they actually do it in defenders? Yesterday's shows differ. I wish they can actually pull it off today. But on the side of Teo Teo Teo, I do want to see their attacking side this time.
No, let's be honest. Teo Teo Teo's offensive capabilities is actually something you need to take an account for as well.
Yeah.
As much as I like to say that Enigma Gaming is pretty hard to actually to really like bait things out of them or actually like force them out of the open as well. But Teo Teo just sometimes all Dizzy needs to do is get in a nice position, right? And he actually, and if he
can
and if he
deliver.
pops up, if he's not only delivering but also popping off, trust me, Enigma Gaming will have no choice but to retaliate back.
I agree with this kind of, the dash from Jet. It's so hard to pin him down. He can pop in and out, like you mentioned before, and clear the corners of any side as fast as he possibly can be. Now, can they stop that coming up from Enigma Gaming? They do have double blind on their side. That's doable, yes. But can they make it on time because of how swiftly Teo 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 can actually put that Jet to work? But speaking of Zan, well, he delivers again with those frenzies at work, alongside with the Trailblazer to be his scout in the front, while they're trying to clear up those come up from mid. They are rushing into the side for Teo Teo Teo, going straight for the horse with the Trailblazers. Busted out, none of them free.
The worst part, they can try to fall back, but they just want to come in for this while they can. Things are pretty even out of when it comes to weaponry, but then again, beautiful positioning as the rest were able to find their mark. Frey with a shotty as well, pretty great. But Zan was also able to find his answer for the respective angle as well. EG taking that pistol round with only one loss. Let's be honest, 4 members alive in the pistol round. That's confidence building right there,
That's huge coming from Enigma Gaming. They can buy whatever they fancy right now. Even God in this purchase just hopes for the best that they're not giving it away, that donation of those weaponry to the side of Teo Teo Teo. But I have to give it to Frey. That one blob of smoke, that green smoke, where in between
Poison
hole.
cloud.
Yeah, poison cloud. I love calling it smoke anyway. It's poison smoke. Sounds a bit more, But at the same time, it just covers those holes. And that one particular corner, nobody can actually clear things up. That's the one that would actually be the death of Teo Teo Teo.
Yep, definitely for sure. Gotta look out for it. A big guy like that, we're gonna get quite intel. Shiva goes in for the swing, but they definitely got a little bit more better out of that trade here. 2 members gone for the mix, give him a little bit of confidence that A might not only have only 1 defender. But look at that, I love it. Teo Teo not fully committed fully committed for that push because of meaning of the idea of the fact that reinforcer will be coming in. So instead of getting surrounded, they buy their time. They have a lot of time, by the way.
Still have a lot of time.
A minute, yes.
But manpower-wise,
Right
but
there.
at least they still have Dizzy to clear the corners for the side first. Frey was pushing, taking a bold move just now, picking out all the way in too deep. But here it comes, coming out from the link side, from mid. But they have so much lineups of coming up from the side of Tyrant to deal with. Look at those bots. Now they're taking their way towards the side of A. They hit those spots early on. They take a bit of a longer route to the side of A.
30
Nobody's
seconds
guarding
left.
there. It's a clear in for them.
It's pretty much all in. I mean, they do know there's no one actually is on the side itself. However, dear friend Arden get an opportunity here. They're gonna be eventually meeting each other first, and Dizzy, of course, being the late man lurker, trying to see if he can catch anyone from the back line. And Arden, he heard the footsteps, it's all spotting us easily. Gets that 1 for 2 for free. An absolute spray. Dizzy, last man with the Spectre in hand. Arden didn't even care. He don't get an SMG. Just literally run and gone.
That was super smart and sneaky coming up from Martin. Cheeky calls. He got himself an upgrade of that Spectre. Not just that, he got a tree by himself. And nobody bothered to check those corners. I mean, like, how to check? There's a deep corner at that.
I love it how instantly how fast he reacted as well. Like he heard the first footstep. And then before they actually started walking, he had that first initial footstep, and he just hid in the corner. He just knew.
That swing, I mean, it's not even a big swing, that flick.
He didn't and the best part about it,
Didn't miss.
one thing he didn't miss, but he also didn't expect the second one. He got the first, he spot the gun nozzle. He's like, oh, gotta transition. Now I'm gonna let go of that mouse.
That's raw instincts we're talking about, which none of us being, gifted by those talents.
That's why we're casters and not players.
Yeah, we can't actually pull that off. But back towards the game we go. Now, they're taking a bit more longer time to scout things out with those Trailblazers at work again. But look at how, come out from Divine and San has been pushing way deep, trying to backstab them.
But this actually gives them a lot of intel. The fact that they're actually very forward with this push, get an idea that, okay, it's definitely not going to be a B. And that's why the rest of the team is pretty much ready to retaliate back on this A side. Enigma Gaming, mentally they're prepared, but can they hold off the onslaught though?
Oh, the Nano Swarm will actually make so much work with Teo. Bnav now holding his position before entering. The dome will save them a bit more, longer time. But look at the sprays coming up from Enigma Gaming, trying to shut them down. DZ, well, never mind, Sun just finished off Bnav and also another player. A bit of a trading. Dom, Sam is just crazy. He's just unhinged.
Remaining.
Oh, it's so unfortunate for Rella. He couldn't hold long enough at the side there to buy in less amount of time. Because let's be honest, that flank for the retake was pretty crucial for Enigma Gaming.
That was difficult, not even easy, but they managed to pull it through. San is just clearing every side there is. At the moment he actually got down, he just shut down all three of them already. Or make it 4 at that time.
Oh, I mean, that's one of the few beauties when you have an agent that's with a fly system. That literally helps you to elevate your FPS capabilities. It really supports you in some ways. Especially clear and just dry picking corners. You flash, you swing over. Who can challenge that?
11-4. A bit of a gap here for Teo to catch up again, but as long as you have your fighting spirit in it, just go for it. They have to go a bit costly for their last round. They have to go for Eco this time with Stingers inside of DZ's hand. But Brady do have that rifle working out. They're putting off the cascade just to get into B side, making sure nobody will interrupt them. Going into B link. But we do have, as always, Frey waiting at the other end now. It's all about the corners. Who get to see who first.
He heard it as well. Frey's ready for
Definitely.
it. He's spread across as well. Oh, guy light. Try to evade away as much as possible. Gets picked up, but not going to be able to find anyone for the trade.
Another guiding line, but he got caught on one. There's going to be sand coming up from that hole, and Frey finally down. Well, the rest of Teo 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 will get into the B side, but the problem is Art is still waiting around the whole area. Even the Viper's pit been putting down. Bretzler shutting down on this one, but Teo with that 10 HP left and an upgraded Phantom as well. Easy make the work job done. That's a huge upgrade for the side of Teo Teo Teo. And that's a huge win.
Oh, just keeping it nice, keeping it close. They stick with it, and the best about it, they understand the fact that there's a little bit of a disparity when it comes to weapon superiority, right, in the last round. They kept things nice and close, kept it between pretty close now, where the Sheriff can be, will be 100% utilized here in full effectiveness. But what's really crazy is the fact that they just ran right through without fear.
I mean, like, if you put Sheriff in this guy's hand, all the players, right?
I can't
Pretty
do
much
that.
it's like an operator for them. They barely miss and whiffed with those Sheriffs. Especially these guys with Sheriff. I don't know what, but it just caught some sort of exorcism in them and just go crazy with those Sheriffs. It's more scary than they're actually holding rifles. But they want to challenge again to a side of double door, and they will block the view from Frey for now. He has no clue on the bridge in, and DZ got in. Definitely be shouting on that. Then how did they manage to get in? They have no view with those cascade on. Bracketing up. They're rushing into sight. Not clear yet. Frey still in there. Here comes. But the spike is far away.
Oh, Frey and his good judgment. Really great judgment. He knew that side is going to be bombarded with utilities. Try to fall back. At least he's able to take one man before going down. But is the damage enough? I felt like it's really not enough. Divine is probably only 12 HP here. Pretty much just one shot away to the body, one bullet to the body, and he's pretty much down for the count. Styr on the other hand.
Hey, Styr is the master clutcher.
He is, definitely for sure. But then again, Dizzy absolutely has been on a roll. Divine able to find a freebie with Brandon apparently. With the secret as well, trying to evade alongside with the guiding line, trying to go for the swing, not going to be able to find any. Dizzy clears it up, but Styr on the other hand with a bigger surprise, and it gives them early Christmas here.
I mean, like, that was a big one. With those Seekers coming in alongside with those guiding lights, giving away false information, thinking he was alone. But it's Styron. Come on, are you kidding me? It's Styron.
That's what I'm saying, right? These are the kind of scenarios and situations where for some reason he's like blessed by God, because like you can't script this, right? The exact timing when they pick up Divine, both players decide to evade away in thoughts of the fact that maybe Styron is flanking them from the back line, and I don't blame them for that suspicion because that's exactly what Styron would do.
Because the fact that Divine put up the Seekers with the guiding light, their main idea was maybe he's alone. That's why he put all the utils once at a time. I mean, like both at a time. But because of that sort of misinformation, that gives so much opportunity and space for Tyron to get something out of that value.
I feel it's more like they just didn't expect Styron to not flank. I think they're just like, nah, he's not gonna back up Divine. I'm pretty sure he's lurking from spawn or something. Haven't seen him, never heard of him.
But for the side of Teo Teo Teo, mounting up pressure due to the last round here for Enigma Gaming. One more round for them to actually wrap things up in this map. Shiba, again, they're trying to do the same here. Same recipe, rinse and repeat, going from mid, but at least he got Frey up first. Now going in a rush to a side of sewer, maybe going inside of harbor, it's up to them. But they definitely know there's a lot of people in North right now.
Oh no, what a pair. Trades are happening at the same time, but of course, Teo gets the better half and instantly annihilated the entire side. And now we're back to a 6-12 scoreline. We're halfway there, Choo-Choo, for them to come back with this. But then again, they're still at the disparity of the fact that Enigma Gaming only needs one more to seal this map for themselves.
They're not entirely in the state of destitute right now. They're just saving it up just to make sure that they can actually go for another round in case things don't work out like they want it to be. So Hardbind, even on Acre run right now, even calling out a timeout. Now, this is where they want to go back to a drawing board, what went wrong the last round, where we can wrap things up fastly enough than, you know, dragging this long. But for the side of Teo, this is actually, I'm not sure if this is a momentum cut timeout for them because they just managed to come back just now. But at the same time, this is actually good for them because feels like Teo 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 right now can read and being warming up to a sort of Enigma Gaming strategy. But it's just down to whether they can shut down those lurkers. Talking about Divine, talking about even Frey here, always the troublemaker for the side of Teo Teo Teo. Can they match up to those sort of lurkers just to shut them out and shut them down so they don't have to face those sort of intimidation, that paranoid feeling that somebody's breathing behind your back?
Right. Honestly, I thought they actually used the timer mainly just to see if they actually want to try to force out these buys to play around with the utility, because you have pretty great defensive or at least aerial denial ultimates here coming from the side for Enigma
I feel like they're stacking
Gaming.
on B to force a push here, but nobody's on B here.
Wait, which is totally fine, because you have Arden to try to keep things at bay towards the mid side to keep that diversion.
Brandon.
Can Brandon spot them out early? He does.
Oh, no
Oh,
way.
he gets 2 for 1 before he falls too. That's big intel though.
That's big value. Not just an intel, got a trade even, 4 of them there. And sorry, make it now less than that. It's going to be the rest of them pulled back for a bit, but Arthur makes so much work for the team. As per usual, with those sheriffs, they can work wonderfully well, but DZ with that Vandal, definitely shutting them down. They even go for a post-plant instead of Teo Teo Teo. Now, here comes Frey with 19 HP left.
Definitely going to be running right into each other as well. It's just a matter of who spots who first, who's the fastest with the trigger. Of course, it's going to be Banana, but Styron quick to follow up with it. But DZ, they don't know he's being sneaky.
No.
Definitely taking a chapter out of Styron's book there. Hold the line, trigger discipline as well.
Let's get these
Feels
babies.
like Teo 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 is playing the same game as Enigma Gaming as before. You can never know there'll be somebody following back.
That's true. But then again, if you think about it as well, some can be, not to say that they don't have a lot of, okay, yeah, not all the members have a lot of economy inside the bank as well, but in Enigma Gaming, I feel like they actually got a little bit more out of it because of the fact that only one person bought the Phantom, and that was Styron. The rest of the players was just shares and literally just shares and classics. And they managed to remove 4 players, forcing the rebuys again.
But I love how Brandon just pulled off so much work just now.
Oh yeah, that was
That
crazy.
was big for Teo Teo. That's the main cause of them winning that last round. But here goes again. Enigma Gaming, they do have Zan's Empress at play. Same goes for those lockdown. And even the Viper Speed and the Reckoning is there to stand by just in case they need to pull it off. But DZ, due to the cascade, they can't see through what's happening. But DZ spotted out one Enigma, a bit of a Trading down to 3v3 here. Sand shutting on one more. Empress mode is on. A bit difficult for them to catch him off guard. But outside of Brendan and Red, like, can they pull this off?
I mean, Zan is looking for blood.
He's
He's
running.
hunting out the Queen of Darkness wants that head.
Where are you running?
Now got a funny. He's currently chilling a spawn red line, he knows, but he can try to play with his angle as well. Pretty great for the spray line, makes it work, makes it succeed. Devon, on the other hand, was able to trade things back, and Wharton spots the knee, but at least he got the intel that he knows he's currently at the double doors. Currently moved away out of it. He needs to try to retreat back
30
that
seconds
spike.
left.
And Brandon, he knows
Here.
what's coming. The Ghost Aaron, well awaiting, and Enigma Gaming secures the first map with 13-7.
I mean, like,
And this is Teo's pick, by the way, as well.
yeah, and not just that. We see a different side of Enigma Gaming. Even though we thought, and I thought, and I talked about how it might traumatizing for them to go back into Pearl as the first map of the day. But at least this time they start with attacker side, so that's going to be their forte here.
I mean, let's be honest, traumatized at all. I don't even think they're going to be traumatized at all. I'm still standing by that statement too, as well. But of course, that was an insanely crazy first man that we have.
I love it. Everybody pulling off their weight here. We're talking about every single player for both teams actually do so much work, but it's all down to timing. It's all down whether you want to pick over those walls or not. Were you willing to be sitting at your post or just venture things out? But Sana has been putting so much work with this Reyna. Even though I have doubts before, but you know what? I retract that statement saying that, you know, it might actually work with him playing it.
But you can definitely tell, like, from the last time Enigma Gaming actually fought Teo Teo on the map of Pearl, and that was back in group stage as well. 2-1 scoreline, by the way, if you're curious on what's the score. The last time they actually fought on Pearl, the scoreline was a slightly different here. You actually saw Teo Teo garnering a little bit more points, but of course, it was Enigma Gaming to have the final say. However, I felt today in today's game, Enigma Gaming was a lot more solid. Definitely a lot more solid and a little bit more quicker with their adjustment to certain tactics that's being thrown at them. Especially in the initial part where they had a little trouble when Teo Teo came up with a little bit of really aggressive pushes or unorthodox tactics as well. That really threw off their game plan because they are pretty by the book kind of team.
Yeah, but when it comes to Teo Teo, at least I have to give them credit the fact that they've been growing so much. Back then, if start of the league itself, it can feel like a bit one-sided, but this time they have a bit of a fight in them. It just shows they can actually deliver when they're playing attacking. It's just, you know, they're being a bit one-sided, dominated by sort of Enigma at first. But when it comes to first skills, you have to give it Enigma Gaming. They were super aggressive, defending or attacking. They're just going to push, all stack up together and just go in for the rush.
Honestly, I feel like if we can get by, sadly there's no icebox. You should really see Teo Teo on icebox and on Ascent as well, because really their defense hole, and also take into account that aggressiveness that they have, and a map like Icebox where they actually encourage aggressive defenders as well. That's something where you see Teo Teo really thrive. And it was actually the very map that Teo Teo actually beat Enigma Gaming on in their group stages.
And
but
sadly, they didn't actually pick that map first.
because there's no Icebox here, so it's
If only
it's
they
replaced
pick
with Vine.
Ascent. If only they pick Ascent, that would be great. But you know what?
It's a difficult choice, right? Because like if you think about it, Ascent is pretty much a staple and go-to for most of these teams. By far one of the oldest as well, so there's like, you know, pretty high risk picking this kind of maps against a very well-oriented team lining.
Highly anticipated for OTs. That's one thing for sure.
That's definitely one too.
When it comes to MVP, the duelists really put a lot of work. They're pulling so much in this map for both San and Daisy. But nonetheless, it's always follows up by the controllers. The controllers playing so much. I'm talking about the side of, I have to give, for me personally, my MVP is going to be Arton. The way he put up those high tides and cascades, it was on point.
Definitely for sure. But of course, Enigma Gaming MVP overall is going to be Zan himself, the young prodigy. Coming from the side, he has made great stride back in Split 1, still making high tides here in Split 2 here. But of course, the game is not over yet. We're just through our first game of our best of 3 series.
Just warming up.
Warming up.
We're just warming up. for the
Lower
day.
bracket warming up first series.
Yeah, it's pretty much like best of one when it comes to lower brackets, right? Every single match. Every single match.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, people always ask me, like, which one do I prefer? Like, upper brackets or lower bracket, right? That kind of thing, which I will tell exactly how I feel about that right after this quick short break. So don't go over too long. More Valorant action coming to you guys right after this.
Hi everyone, my name is Titus. My in-game name is Tyron. My role is the IGL and the main initiator, and I play for Enigma Gaming. I'm the IGL for Enigma Gaming because I'm very vocal and I'm good at solving problems, and also I'm good at coordinating the team together. One fun fact about our team is that we like to play unrated when we are done with practice. And we like to play each other's roles to know how it feels like, be in each other's shoes, and most importantly, bond as a team. Enigma Gaming is an Indian organization founded in 2020. Enigma Gaming wanted to venture into other regions for a shot at ascension in the 2023 VCT circuit. And we were lucky enough to be picked up by them last year in December to compete under their banner. Our expectation for Split 2 is definitely to be the first to win all the other teams and make it to Ascension. In Split 1, we lost to LVR, X10 and Bleed. However, in Split 2, all three of the teams made roster changes, and I believe that we do not need any roster changes to beat them, and I'm not afraid of any other teams in Split 2.
My name is Ingram, my IGN is Frey, and I play for Team Enigma. I'm the sentinel of the team. Tyron sounds like an elephant before matches because his nose is always blocked and he has to clear it, and it's really funny to hear it. I've known Nathan since 2018 and we know each other very well, and I think it helps a lot in a team environment game such like this. Probably not from any other region, but I want to go against Bikini bottom Pratahouse because they are our friends, and I think it will be pretty good.
Hello, my name is Arthur. I'm the controller player from Enigma Gaming. He is actually a very funny person if you know him out of game. Like when we watch Twitch and stuff, he likes to crack really funny jokes. We like to play unrated together and try different agents and just have fun and throw around in general.
Hello, my name is Zan. I'm from Malaysia and I'm currently playing Duelist for Enigma Gaming. Fun fact about Divine is he's one of the sharpest players I know, but one of his few flaws is definitely how he keeps flashing me during matches, and that annoys me a lot. Being the best jet in the world.
Hello everyone, I'm Divine from Singapore and I'm representing Enigma Gaming. I am the flex player for the team, so I'll be playing a variety of agents. I think Zen has an introverted personality in real life, but then once he's comfortable, he can be pretty humorous. However, in the game, Zen is a completely different person. He's just an absolute monster and he will just like destroy everyone. I believe Fancy United from Vietnam will make it into Ascension as they have a very unique playstyle and they are incredibly sharp. I think MITH from Thailand will also make it to Ascension as they are very consistent and they make very little mistakes.
They're gonna try to line up and scary repositions one instantly, 1, 2, 3.
We'll see how they can
A ranked game right now. We're here on Styron, potentially even an ace.
into the Cosmic Divide. Deny vision, but it's
Teo Teo Teo, they already breached up onto A.
spray. Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Flaring, Popsos gets a hit, gets one more. Flaring with 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, into the VALORANT Challengers MYSG Split 2. We're down to our playoffs here in the lower bracket, where we're going to be having a bit of a death match here. And speaking of your casters today, which going to be me, Chichu, and none other than the H2O guy, which is going to be Leonard. So I did bring a huge bottle today, so you won't lecture me just to have more drink.
Which I'm actually very happy you actually brought it through as well. But since we're on the topic of hydrating oneself, I hope you guys also make sure you actually drink enough water as well, because recently it's been pretty hot. It's been pretty hot. I know you guys are pretty hot in looks as well, but also pretty hot in temperature. So please don't forget to hydrate yourself. Keep yourself cool here, even if it has to burn through your electric bill. Do it.
Oh, wow. I didn't see that one
Gotta
coming.
pop in the air cons, pop in the stand fans.
But also we have to thank none other than TGC, One Esports and Astro Arena for making this happen for us. But we do still have more maps to go coming up from the first series of the day, which is going to be Enigma Gaming versus Teo Teo Teo. So far, Enigma Gaming won over Teo's map selection before. Now this time it's going to be their map.
Which is of course going to be on the map of Split. I'm still surprised of how the order of things when it came to the map video actually came down. But of course, finally coming back to the map of Split, it has been a map that we haven't seen for quite a while. And most importantly, it's also a map which Enigma Gaming and Teo Teo was not able to play on throughout the entire group stage of Split 2 as well here. So this is going to be pretty great. Seeing both ciphers being picked as one of the few staples. No Viper. No Vipers for the loss for these two sides.
Vipers, like, I don't
Are
really...
you kidding me? You gotta fight with me.
I mean, like, when it comes
We're
to
about
Split,
to go down.
when it comes to Split, you know the angles. I'm surprised there's no, like, something... Like, Fade wouldn't even be a bad pick. But at the same time, looking at Enigma Gaming, he knows exactly that the new Split, we do know after, like, the last few patches of a rework, it's definitely on the attacker side in favor. And look at the double initiator with those blinds. I hate the blinds, the guiding light from Sky moves, because it's just so blinding and so long. Plus, they got a bridge. It just shows they want to dominate over the first half when it comes to attacker side.
The thing is there's a lot of area clearance if you see it from the lights or anything. You got the flashpoints, you got the guiding line, you also got the paranoia as well. Maybe you get me started on the smoke, the fall line. There's a lot of like, I guess you could say
Might as well
in a
just
way.
close your eyes and play all the time.
Blinding, but also in some way can also be somewhat, I wouldn't really say like it's a hardcore area denial. It's not like a molly or something, but it does force you to get out from certain spots. But on the other hand, for Teo Teo Teo, double duelist. Remember the Santa before the revamp of Split for the map of Split. Split had literally had its map revamped 2 or 3, maybe 3 times in this case. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken as well. But before those revamp, it has always been somewhat of a really really high offensive capabilities. And don't get me started on those really deep corners as well. That was before the map revamps. So with the double duelist, you're expecting to see a lot of firepower coming out from Teo Teo Teo. However, when you're on the defending side, you don't have that many defensive utilities compared to Enigma.
They do have double sentinels, they do have the Sage. But that's the thing though, if you got yourself a double duelist when you're on attacker side, right now you're on defending side for Teo Teo Teo, it's great. But look at how fast Enigma tried to jump in there, but Brandon and Benov make hold of that fortress. But Divine shuts down on Shiba at what cost? A lot of it. Divine left alone, and that's down. Now, when it comes to defending side, definitely they have the upper hand on Teo Teo Teo. They have the double sentinels, they have the Sage Wall to make sure they can actually slow things down, even buy them a bit more time with the slow off as well. But the problem is if they swap over in the second half, which we're not there yet. We're going to talk about that when the water's under that bridge. But when it comes to the side of Enigma Gaming, they can get into a very fast, rapid fast entry with those flashes.
Like I said, because you remember, Enigma agent selection has always been, or composition has always been revolving around not having too much of one thing and having too less of the other thing. It has always been a little bit more balanced, just the right amount of utility for us for both defensive and offensive capabilities here. Teo 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 is all about an action. I'm a little bit concerned because of the fact that the lack of initiator, but what a beautiful opening coming from Brandon.
Speaking of action, he make that work.
Oh yeah. They know they have the weapon superiority, they just went for the hunt. They all want the kill, they all want the frag. It's a nice freebie, by the way, for our dear friend Frey. Was he able to pick up the weapon this time? No, he didn't have the weapon in the first place. He only had the ghost to play with.
surprising, and this is taking in the hands of Teo Teo Teo, even though it's not their map selection. But it just shows they are more than prepared for this. They know exactly what they're doing. Like you mentioned before, some teams know exactly what they want to do in certain map, provided not trying to over-complex of strategy.
Like overthink things already,
overthinking themselves in a way to just, try to find a weakness of all the others, but they're playing on their strength instead.
I mean, which is one of the few beauties and strengths of Enigma Gaming in the first place, right? Like that kind of thing. But
right now, they're not portraying as much.
But see, here's the real challenge. Round 3, all gun round. This is where Rifle comes in here. Teo Teo is definitely not behind in that department here. Zan, of course, showcasing his strength in 2, possibly a 3rd in the process as well. And an absolute terror with 5 HP to boot. Thank God for the heal. It's going to be back up nice and toasty. Looks like the rest of the squad could be the first flawless here in this split too. No, sorry, scratch that.
Almost flawless.
Almost flawless.
You know what? I have a feeling that one day Sky's heal will actually be nerfed, just like how they did with that Sage, or the Sage heal just now. It just maxed out back from 5% 5 HP up to 100, and Zan almost got an ace at that as well. Close enough, but that was the entry frag that we're looking for. The work of a duelist to clear up the corners. He delivers so well. And you mentioned about the third round portrays what they truly are, and that just shows. With those rifles in hand, they definitely have a better outcome. But here it comes with Frey's Neural Tap, his own line. Will they be more aggressive this time?
I think they're gonna be using it more just for intel. Oh, Dizzy, trigger discipline. Not gonna showcase the existence of the objects yet. Just he's fine, letting him know that he's playing around middle.
Oh, I love this cam, the spy cam. That's incredible work there.
It's like Garage is gonna be meeting with quite the storm here. Got the fault line set as well. Set it, allow the fly to the side. Gonna elevate Zan as much as possible. Get flash in the process. Does die, but now get in reject the trade. But Divine is stunned. Is there to save the day here. The hero stepped up here, and all it comes down to Dizzy and Renla for the retake.
I know exactly.
But crazy enough, Dizzy with the upper hand, not gonna take that risk, especially since that's the side of B. There's a lot of vantage points and corners they need to clear out for sure.
And they need to save their operator at what cost, because they've been just invested too much on their operator to work and just now didn't portray as much. But just now, even though Zan have a bit of accident slipping down from the box, he intended to jump on, but it just fits perfectly for the rest of the team that actually delivers. But Frey shutting down on Redline. Now they're going for the hunt on Dizzy. He definitely don't want to drop those operators, but they're not giving him any space at all. And Siren will be finished by those operators in hand. Switch it over to those shotguns, but here comes Dizzy. He's trying to just survive. No way. Oh!
He gets it. Oh, you were playing with the Glock. For some reason, 2 seconds felt like an enormous long time.
Feels like infinity at that rate. I feel we can see how Dizzy was trying to just survive. I want to just leave me alone. I
mean, no way they're gonna leave him alone. Not after what they did to poor Styron. My God, he literally put a hole through him.
Man, such a bummer, and that caused such a big impact on the side of Teo, and they are in the state of destitute right now. Zan, on the other hand, trying to venture what's happening in mid, going to a sort of haven, trying to clear up the corners, might actually go into vent and just explore themselves into A instead. Yep, that's the plan right here, right now, but the rest of Teo 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 respawn as swiftly as they can as well.
Gonna buy their time. They got some decent mid controls that allows them to give a little bit of an opportunity. However, that cam though, giving it a really nice lines of sight towards both, not only from the rafters, also from the side from ropes too. This gives him a little bit more confidence, a little bit more security as well.
Seekers clear the pathway for them, know exactly where they
way!
That was such a blind, but the Seekers giving away the position. But not just that, at least Brandon got one out of nothing just now. Arton and Frey just finished things off. Seekers was incredible.
No, the crazy thing about it as well is, by Seekers, that's the Seekers' natural path. It will not div, it won't turn left or right until it gets close to that doorway. the fact that he just shot right through, I'm just like, yo, that is.
I mean, like, it's sort of a gamble.
You know, the
really.
thing is, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Because the thing is, I'm not too.
I feel like it might actually move a tiny bit, but it just goes straight in the lines like, maybe they're there.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, right? So I might be wrong on the fact that the Seeker may not actually be as straightforward as that pathway unless the person is directly
They have
opposite.
feelings.
Yeah.
Seekers do have feelings too. Come on.
I might be wrong for that one. I need to look it up. Because that was too crazy. Like, oh my
That
God.
was insane. That was their reaction time. How they want to respond to it. Their critical thinking and judgment. Unbeknown shutting down Frey from that seal and stay in the trench, you say so. But for the rest of Enigma Gaming, working as a force with those tripwire all around the corner, even the cage is online as well. They cannot pass across. And this is Sage where it plays such a big part with the slow up. They cannot get into B, no way.
If you actually think of it from another point of view, Enigma Gaming is actually very satisfied with this outcome because of the fact that Divine with one Trailblazer not only got rid of all the tripwire, but even forced out counter utilities, defensive counter utilities to keep them at bay here. And by the way, it was only like a minute plus, so they still have some time if they want to fall back. Yeah.
At the same time, a lot have been invested, but still jumps in. Oh, San so close off whipping that one. Here comes here. Showstopper.
Down,
but
B.
never mind, he didn't even get to use it at first. Got back to his advance and managed to swap on another one. A bit of a trade. Like with Brendan. Got a bit of a trading to do, and that gets a $300 plan. There you go. Everybody got some of it for the money.
Oh, that was so scary.
close.
So scary.
That
so
was,
scary.
I mean, like Shiva was like, what, 0.5 millisecond away to just pull up that wall before San managed to jump in. And he almost whiffed at that.
Hey, honestly, Shiva also almost could have actually picked up Zan before the rest of the team actually came in to reinforce. Oh, yes.
It's just a spur of a moment, really. From those animation of climbing up the walls and then just have to swap over to your arsenals.
Which is why I really respect Duelses, right? To actually be able to accommodate their line of sight while being that fast-paced, right?
Well, speaking of fast, Divine got two.
Enemy remaining.
Effortless. Make it three! How did these guys even shoot through those smokes? Precisely a headshot at that.
Let me take out the scoreboard after this one, this map too. I feel like I need to go to like
I
get
feel
some
like
numbers after this.
Controllers doesn't really matter this kind of map or this matchup.
I feel
there's no use of the smoke now.
you know, the crazy part about it is how fortunate so far Enigma Gaming has been with this pre-firing.
We're talking about multiple times of
that's why,
fortunate events.
That's why I'm saying I'm going to get the score screen for the first map and the second map. Then after that, I'm going to use it as lucky numbers after this. Because like that.
Maybe we hit something with it.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because that's just insane. Like
crazy.
Okay, maybe the Seekers one, that one may not be luck. Maybe that one directly because if it's like,
still blinded there.
Keep it up.
I mean, you can't blame Dizzy. He was in small. He can't even see the Seekers coming. He can't defend himself.
But they got Rolling Thunder. But they will respond with the Cosmic Divide if they need to.
That's
Neural
a
Tap
lot
is
of
online.
ultimates.
Yep, a lot. And they have the Resurrection coming from Chiba. If things got really sour, really south, Teo still have a chance at that.
Oh, did he anticipate Arton? He did hear a couple of movements, and he does. Dizzy, of course, not gonna miss the slightest of audio cues.
Feels like both teams are fighting to see who's the alpha male here. You want to dry pick, we're gonna dry pick you first. That's exactly it is. Going through those smokes, feels like they not even need to put up a smoke for that. Smokes are pretty much like nothing for these guys. They lost one man early on Arton. But now venturing into A, which already prepared. Brendan more than enough waiting at the other end. And it swiftly just reacts to another.
Oh, yeah.
I have the spike. Last player standing.
We're in awe right now, how these guys just, you know, how fast they react. With those shots, those swings, those flicks. Spur of moment, it's just incredible. You know, you thought, okay, we're pulled back, we can't go into B. They already spotted our Arton and finish it off with those operators in hand of these. But the moment they try to just switch it over to A, they've been read like a book by Teo Teo Teo.
I mean, there was also that opportunity, that window of opportunity that Brandon definitely not gonna miss as well.
Oh yeah.
Especially when he came up to the 1v1s. The thing is this, the ability for him to actually manage to get all those fights. It was, if you think about it in another way, it was more like a 1v3 scenario if they all actually grew, because the number of players was actually grouped up to head towards that A side here. But he was able to get it into a spot where it just ended up being a 1v1 duel, and he just started picking them off one by one. The first one, of course, was pretty much simple for him. He got the first shot. Second one, on the other hand, wow, I'm like, you're going up against Divine, especially Divine got the intel as well. But unfortunately, when the third one came to Zan, let's be honest, Zan is Zan.
Zan is Zan. I agree with that. He can go really insane sometimes. But on the side of the scoreline, if you look at it just now, they're using brute force on the side of Teo Teo Teo, stopping them from planting in the first place. So there's no post-plant win over the side of Teo just yet. But even they want to go for post-plant, it feels very difficult for the side of Teo to take it back. That's why, hence, they are trying to stop them from the start with brute force in the first place. But here comes another juggle. So we're looking at A right now. Putting up all their utils. Right now, I have a feeling that Enigma Gaming want to fish out Teo's utilities as much as they can at first, just to bait those out. But at the same time, do they have any sort of intel? They're already in ramp. They do place themselves some stars there, and they're coming up from the side of Astra. The Trailblazer, as always, trying to clear any tripwires, any sort of a trap coming up from the side of Redler.
I've got your trailer.
Coming in, clear sight, clear the corners, but Dizzy, wow.
Oh yeah, not gonna miss an opportunity to try to get the bat out of that tree, but Zan, of course, no too far in that department as well. Rella, Benoff is still in the towers, they still have the control, but Artem managed to go over from the shadows, get the TP all the way to the rafters here, but instantly gets straight up back. This now comes down to this 1v1. Cypher on Cypher here.
But phrase like 30 HP life, this is a tough one for him, but if he pulls this off...
And he did. But let's be honest, Frey was relatively low in the first place.
But he got the intel first. He got the neural tap, he tossed it over, and he definitely knows exactly. But Redler's smart. He knows for the fact that neural tap will just give a glimpse of you, like what, 0.1 second off position. He keeps on moving.
There was also the fact that they were playing off from last known intel as well, right? Because Redler alongside with Dizzy, they were actually clear out towards a main, right? So all that was left was just a tower, which was just Arten. Arten actually fell to, sorry, not Arten. Arten actually fell to Redler towards the tower at the rafters here as well. So playing off that intel, you can definitely see Redler just preparing around that side. But of course, you see him just jiggle pick it just in case. Yeah. He can see by near death, right?
That's true. And that's the thing. It's sort of that jiggle actually makes sure that he will whiff, even though he knows his position there. But mid, Shiba and the rest of them trying to actually overpick, just getting those dry picks, getting on 1-on-2, it'll be more than enough to stop Enigma Gaming from planting. But as always, this time they're focusing more to the side of A. Zan finish off Brandon. Nobody else guarding over A side for now. Clearing off the corners, and the rest of the team still not getting into the side just yet, just to make sure everything is safe and sound. First,
oh, the legs. Oh, Shiba, he has some fine legs. Frey's gonna take a wife out of it.
Fine legs, it is.
Oh man, such an unfortunate case as well. You know, just one of those angle who has the first pick of it as well. That advantage, big advantage too.
If I can't see it, I still can shoot it down. They don't even need to see the leg. Dizzy and the rest of them, how to retake this. They got every entry cover, but Dizzy got it better. He knows there's going to be a lurker, and he tried to save himself that operator again. But at least this time he got more men to work around him to just secure those operators. They definitely will not go for a hunt for Enigma Gaming, will they? Feels like they will.
They can try, but Redler's there to remind them why they shouldn't.
Oh, man.
Oh, that hurts.
Even though it feels like a losing round for them, even though they're winning this one.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because like the thing is, Enigma Gaming did win, right? But now two members, economy will not be stipulated enough.
Yeah, it's not overtaking, it's not punishing enough for Teo Teo Teo. That's one thing with that operator still working, and not just that Enigma Gaming got punished instead. Due to their overzealous pick to take down those operators. They thought it can be the same scenario as previous one, but hey, Dizzy learns fast.
Yep.
This should do.
I'm surprised Teo didn't call any sort of... I don't think Teo is actually calling out any sort of timeout yet.
I don't think it's really. I don't think they're really in a place where they actually really need to call the timeout. It's actually been pretty close so far. It's just a matter of who's able to read who here in this battle of wits. And Dizzy, very brave indeed. We'll be able to find Styro, but we'll lose the life in the process.
But that gives away so much intel with so many people being discovered on those minimap. But at the same time, the Trailblazer will clear the corners for them. And they take down on the Duelists, but they have to pull back for Enigma Gaming. Now they don't have the Duelists to just clear the corners. On the side of A, it's quite empty. And just straight away, ulti to the side of A. That's a pretty straightforward plan on the side of Enigma Gaming. But Shiba brought Dizzy back, and they still have those operating on guard.
Definitely. Coming back with the man advantage, but they do have the angles, they do have the defensive. But the question is whether can they hold long enough. The Roomba did spot sound flies in the line of sight. Order the Fray are absolutely unmovable with this cross angle here. And the tripwire definitely denying Dizzy. And Dizzy knows if he pops off that tripwire, you're gonna see a swing coming in from Fray. But then again, like I said, I had to retract my question. Can they hold? Yes, they can, Choo Choo. And Enigma Gaming, absolutely standing tall with 7-4. By the way, I also love the decision to actually forego that B side, despite them halfway in the site. Mainly because of the fact that you see Frey was able to just completely clear the tower here.
Yeah, true. I mean, like, Frey has been so much, since the last match until now, he did so much by himself. Yeah, he is bold enough to just venture things out himself, but that tripwire gives away the showstopper command. And Dizzy shot them down! Double with the gravity. Well, what a combo being dropped just in the main entrance of B, and they were forced to pull back all the way, but Frey again!
Where is everyone?
The cyber assassin, an absolute chat. It's style and then frags. That's Frey himself. Does get the neurotherapist, but he's still dangling around the mid. Not going to be able to go for the punish though, however. But Styro, on the other hand, will be able to find his mark. Another couple of retractors, trying to go for the couple of spray. Daggers are landing, but sadly the Guardian does it a little bit better. One blade, that's all it takes. Just need to get that hit.
Definitely knows there's a bit of intel where he's being blinded there, but here comes Divine. Surprising Shiba, Enigma Frey as always delivered. This is just crazy round for Frey. I have to say it. Today is just Frey Day. Not Friday yet, but Frey Day.
If it's not Styron, then it's Frey. Someone is definitely stealing the limelight coming out from these lurkers.
Oh wow! Again.
Actually, honestly, besides being hyped from all of this, I actually somewhat expected, especially when I see the Cypher coming to the maze, I would say someone is gonna have a ball with his lurking capabilities. Not for the intel, just for the lurking capabilities.
Oh man, it's such a good series today. I'm loving this. But
I mean, that's why I like the lower bracket, not because of the fact that we had to say goodbye to teams, but mainly
driving is their last chance.
Exactly, because it's the fact that you only got one chance. It's not like the upper bracket where we give our all, we want to get to that grand finals, but deep down in their heart, there's like a little small corner in the room that literally has someone saying, even if I were to lose, I still have a chance to come back.
Even though it feels like a 0.1% of hope, there's a hope still.
Right.
That one that you're worth fighting for.
In the lower bracket is where things are on the line. And I'm the kind of guy who gets really hyped up with some really good speeches, some good inspirational lines,
Same goes, buddy. But you know what? I feel like Dizzy is a bit underrated in this entire tournament. It feels like he's such a great player.
He is.
And I just want him to be up there. Deep down inside, I feel like I want to root for Teo, but it's just the number speaks louder than words right now as Enigma leading off with 8-4. But that was Enigma going for attackers first. We do know for a fact they are offensive team. They are the team that really love those actions going continuously. But this time, it's going to be Teo. Can they actually pull those back? The numbers up there.
The thing is, I think there is that opportunity. That's pretty much why you say Enigma Gaming is a little bit more aggressive despite being the defenders as well. Sorry, being the attackers. Sorry, they're being way more aggressive when they're on the attacking side, mainly because of the fact that they want to garner as much points as possible. Because just understanding the fact that we have double duelists, both Jet and Raze, you're gonna be expecting a lot of firepower or entry coming from those two.
But the thing is, to get the entry first is going to be a bit of a problem. They don't have those flashes to work. That's one thing for sure. They're going to be super strong if they manage to get in and post plant is just remarkable, yes. But to get into the entry is going to be crucial for them.
Because that's what I'm saying, right? Because you have someone need to be prepped with the flash on the defending side, but when he's prepped in that animation, he's defenseless until fired upon. So that's why I'm saying it's a matter of who's able to get who first here.
I kind of
Usually
agree.
if it's just a raise, then you still have an opportunity, but with a jet, that dash is instant. You don't even have to worry.
Oh, they know for a fact there's somebody around that elbow right now. On the Haven side, but Red Lush shot down on Divine and Sand, taking 2 down as Divine shutting down on Dizzy. No more dash, but hey, like you mentioned, double duelists. But Nav still can pull off the workload from the side of Dizzy's end. But at the same time, here comes the post plant. This is what I worry on the side of Enigma Gaming. The post plant here on the side of Teo, the utility is just super strong.
Oh, this is gonna be quite a challenge. You can only try to hope for them to draw them out in this 1v1 duel here. But Brendan not gonna be allowing them to do so for too long here. That wall has been slowing things down for them here.
Time's ticking. They need to figure out how to shut these people down, but they're in the corners where they barely make a bit of a glimpse on them. But Styron, here comes. All these fault lines, they use to drop a Sheba! Oh, cheeky guy with a shorty! No way, but not just finish off the job. That was cheeky. You know, that smoke was helping on the other end, the other side of the team.
But that's what I'm saying, right? You really have no idea where they're standing because there's a lot, like I said, there's one too many corners you have to be so diligent to clear out, right? And the craziest part about it, right? Like, I didn't think he suspects someone will be playing that close at the box. He did suspect
that's the thing.
Someone might be playing behind the wall or towards the corner where the aftershock was going.
This is Teo Teo Teo. They are unconventional. They like those awkward angles and corners and they hug themselves into it. Talking about art and that smoke definitely feels like, I'm sorry guys, I didn't know that's gonna happen. I swear to God, if you're the controller on that Enigma side, you definitely feels, but wait! You know what?
Oh, Frey wants it. My God, Frey, calm down, friend. You almost ran out into the open for the hunting zone.
He's really angry, that's that.
Oh.
A big corner out for Frey! At least he tried to get one fight and get shot down by the side of DZ. Teo, Redland, the rest of them got himself a post plant again. But these have been not holding this angle so far. They're taking a fight. Would be a flawless run. Never mind, he's being shot down.
No way!
Sun is just... Wow! It took 2 men to finally shut him down.
You know, that's the kind of thing, right? You lose 1 man, that's fine. You lose 2 men, still doable. You potentially lose the 3rd. Okay, something has to be done, and Zen almost pulled that off. But a classic, no less. Not even a right click, just to the head.
At least Zen got himself some consolation, even though they lost that round. But here comes the real round when it comes to the second half and the 3rd round, where everybody got himself a rifle. Somewhere on the side of Teo, they will have to go and settle down for those Spectres so far. But if, you know, the arsenal, the guns don't really matter. It's down to how the mind works here.
Which makes more sense because they're going to be getting, they understand, especially Banaf and Dizzy, they understand they're going to be getting a lot more closer than usual. That's where the SMG really thrives, or the Spectres in this case here.
Oh, I was hoping the Paranoia will hit just now, but it's a bit too late. They already got themselves in. Double smokes up on the side of Dizzy. They got in and Red Lush shut down on Divine with those Sheriff. They are on eco, but they managed to take 1 out. Styron have a bit of a trading done. Narton trying to spot out those post-plant players. Spotted out maybe Brendan, but couldn't shut him down. Dizzy will go down as well. Down to only 2 more players for the post-plant. But enough, make it 1. Oh well. Sorry, I almost got an ace at that.
Almost. He almost got it.
Even the camera goes blur for him.
But you see, that's the thing, right? There are ways to deal with like really offensive composition like this, right? It's one is either you let them take the side without you using much of your utilities, then you go for the retakes, or you take those fights really nice and close. Keep it nice and close as possible as well. As you see them, they're just waiting it out. They got nice and close. They could maybe got 1 or 2 trades, but once all the utilities came out, they backed off. They let everything die out here. The smoke's clear. That's when they came in to go for the trade because they have the rifle advantage here.
So it's down to whether you want to use those utils early and brute force all the players from getting into the side in the first place, or you use it later. It's a bit of a gamble, really, because you do know for a fact post-plant is quite difficult to fight against Teo.
There's also depending on the size of the retakes as well. Ooh. Grand opening for Zania, who was able to get rid of his counterpart, sending it back to the Shadow Realm. Dizzy following up for the trade. It was not happy with the fact that having his friend and his teammate lost from the count here. Still 4v4, still making strides. He passed through the mail room here. Definitely sending the boxing up, dividing the package, sending back to hometown here.
At the same time, they are really going back to a side of A, just gonna swerve towards that side from mid. While I feel like Redline knows for a fact he cannot clear the site just yet because he knows exactly there's gonna be Frey in there. But this is just making so much work. Making sure nobody can actually go back to the side of A, but while Spike's still in mid, they do have Starro be cornered all around, and he's looking the other way. Oh, we can see.
Do it.
Don't knife.
Do it. Do it. Yeah.
Brandon, you nasty little cheeky guy.
Oh, you cheeky bugger, but I don't care. I love it. Honestly, for a second, I felt like we were at a watch party instead of casting. I completely forgot about casting. I feel like we're at a watch party.
We're having fun at least, but at the same time, it's just, to die with a knife.
I mean, come on, man. If you are a true Valorant player,
stop it.
You have to go for the knife.
That's a bad influence for the viewers.
He was asking for it.
He was
There was like an
That's
invisible sign that says, "Stab me."
Imagine if he suddenly turns around.
Well, that's like I said, it's up to their chances, right?
Speaking of chances, this just randomly spray with that one-way smoke, but it feels like it favors to a sort of Teo instead of Enigma Gaming. And Arthur definitely got punished for that as well. Going for mid, nobody guarding over mid here, surprisingly, but the rest of them are quite spread out for Enigma Gaming. Just making heavily guarding over side of B instead of mid or A. They put a lot of trust to a side of Frey to just make sure nobody can get into A.
I mean, that's the beauty of Sentinels, right? The fact that you can just lead them by themselves and they can actually anchor down that side. And let's be honest, Frey's job is really to, if he can get a frag, that's the best ideal scenario, right? But if he can get the intel on the fact that there's no one really engaging towards the side, but what a transition of a flash assist. Absolutely well executed coming from Enigma Gaming. Wow.
With a pistol. With a pistol, they did that.
One guiding light, you already clear out like their smoker and also one of their entry fraggers.
Incredible word, but Red Light Frey.
He's holding the side by himself.
And the worst part is they dropped the spike there. How do Redlock can just retrieve that? Never mind.
I'll try to be even more.
Wow, the patience game coming from Frey. You have to give him credit. Even though he's holding a site by himself, and not just that, he's not giving any sort of intel to his side of Teo. He knows for a fact they are getting into A quietly, but he knows the right timing to pick out. That's patience. And not a lot of Valorant players do have patience. And this is just pistol. They just use it. I think it was classic.
Yeah. Honestly, the Frey's one was absolutely crazy as he managed to get those pick-outs in the 1v1 scenario, right? But I think what was the biggest thing was the fact that they lost both Brandon and Dizzy at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was a really big loss, losing your smoker. Oh! Frey! Getting a little bit overzealous there, my friend. There was an opportunity, but a little bit overzealous. That was a lot of risk.
Redlaw trying to just bait out all those skills. Paranoia kind of missed just a tiny bit.
Yeah, kind of missed.
It kind of missed, but Dizzy, due to trying to dodge those Paranoia, gives so much space for Zan to shot him down. Here comes Guiding Light. Never mind, Guiding Light or not. You got smoke, but these guys don't know what is smoke. They're just going to shot through those smokes, and they managed to secure 1 or 2. And Divine, here comes a Trailblazer trying to do work, but there's nothing there. Well, we do have the spike on the side of Benoff. Redlaw will guard over that side, but the problem is it's 2v4. This is going to be a difficult task for Teo.
Oh, Frey! That Seeker bought him some time because Rela had his eyes on the prize. But now Frey want to go for the frag, but Arnott's gonna be the one to steal it for him. But now the last man, can he hold? But sadly, the high ground always wins.
But at a cost. It's not detrimental on the side of Enigma Gaming, but definitely takes away their money from the bank for now. But hey, this is gonna be tough, but they have to force themselves to half buy or even just going for pistols. Because it's like, what, 2 more rounds to go for Enigma and then it's gonna be a wrap. And they got full rifles on the end and full armors loaded as well.
The thing is, knowing Teo as well, since they don't have the Blade Storm, I think they will actually not go for the full buy.
They have the Showstopper maybe, and the Resurrection maybe.
Nah,
they can
it's not like the Blade Storm. They're gonna go for the save, at least that way. They try to win. If they win out this round, that's great. If they can't, that's fine, because that just means in the match point round, they will have enough income and resources to actually full buy the necessary rifle and weaponry.
Yeah.
Of course, the goal will still be to try to win out this round. And hopefully the Showstopper, like you mentioned, should be able to play a very key role here.
At least they secure one. That's going to be Brandon out at first. And no controller on the side, except for DJ Smoke to work things through for them. Zan is out on that side, but hey, they still got the Showstopper. No! How?
A missed opportunity.
He was looking at the angle and Reds are now making so much work, but that was a Showstopper, unplug, and now Shobi back in. He was looking exactly at that angle, but he just...
No,
that's so frustrating.
No, Choo, I realized Arton had mastered the ways of the shadow. He completely blended at the shadow at the wall corner.
I didn't see that one.
Couldn't spot him at all. He just took a wing and it's like, all right, that looks natural. And
I'm one with the shadows. That's just
because you notice, right? There are shadows from because of the lighting, right? Like from the
no way.
You see that shadow? You can see the tree shadows there.
No way! And what a blunder just now. Back to the side of A. Now they're coming all full force and forcing it out instead. Teo, on the other hand, secure themselves aside A and going for the plant. Yes, they do, but a lot of pressure mounts in their back right now.
Of course. Wasting absolutely no time. They literally need to take advantage of the scenario as well. These are the amount of trade. They want to at least get the full benefits here to get the man advantage. And you couldn't ask for a better scenario within a 2v4 situation. But Divine and Arden, on the other hand, they have a little bit of a different idea. They want to see if they can try to go for a couple of exit frags here. Still playing around the ropes here, trying to get some form of auto kills. He knows that bomb is going to go out. They're fine game of this round. They're still in the lead by, I guess you could say in this case, 4-point differential. Spot the leg! And instantly, that's going to be a nice freebie. And there's going to be another one as well. Actually, I wonder what was going through Brandon in that situation, because he literally just walked on top and he just didn't notice why is he not going down.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that situation before. It was really funny. Like, why can't I go down? But
and he was looking to the wall too.
And the surprising thing was he didn't check for the vents just around the rope. That's the funny thing.
No, the thing is, right, there is a certain, there's a certain angle, especially when you're walking towards it, you can't really see directly below unless you're actually looking straight down. You eventually will see him quite prominently, but I think he was very confident because when he just saw that circumference, and then he was just like, all right, I think there's no one here, I can just go down.
But at least he got a bit of a breather here for a tiny bit. But it was quite a costly round for them, and since Enigma Gaming, even though they're down to a 2-player, they still managed to shut on a couple of more down in the last minute.
Correct.
And that will be breaking their bank, so they have to put everything in this round, whether it's win or lose. I have to give it, both teams been playing sublime today, but Shiba still have those resurrection. The Neuro Taff can actually play in part here. But the problem is, we haven't seen Styron using any of that Rolling Thunder just yet, and those Seekers. You saw how they just put full potential of those Seekers playing alongside with it to clear their path. But that might happen to be the case.
Divine. Unmovable and impeccable. Refuse to move unless forced out. Goes for the swing here. Not going to be able to find any in the process here. No one gets tagged too badly here. But then will at least force him to press us back. In this case, Zan was able to find Rail Law here and deny them any entrance to the rope area. Completely boxed in. They don't care if you have mid-control. They have the control of respective corners and angles.
It's not even a control.
And it revives.
Spike down mid.
Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen,
That was a crazy clue.
your survivors is Enigma Gaming. No, I love the idea that they actually tried to bait out Zen to actually reposition across and to get rid of the person being revived instead of picking out the person who was climbing up the rope. Zen unfazed. He said, I know what you're doing. In that split second of a decision making, this man says, I know what you're trying to play here, and I'm not gonna fall for it. My God. Imagine like the revive red light just comes back, just be like, great, I'm gonna die to Zach.
Yeah, you hate that moment where what's the point of reviving me if I can't even survive? But at the same
it was a
time,
good attempt.
I love the strategy coming out from the side of Enigma Gaming. That was a clean one. How they actually box both ways. Yeah, you guys feels like they're giving sort of a false hope to a side of Teo with, you know what, you might actually got the mid control. Yep. But we actually outplayed it in our palm.
That's what I'm saying, right? That's why we ended up in a scenario where you see Shiba using the revive or red light to try to divert the attention away as he make a quick entry through the ropes. But Zen was just a little bit more quicker for the retaliation. And then after that, and the rest is history, really.
I love the rope plays. There has been a lot of cheeky plays around the road so far.
I think so. I think we only I think that was like the third cheekiest thing we've seen throughout the map of split so far. We haven't seen much interaction towards that mid control either. Like, I think there was just only like 2 times that we noticed that confrontation, one from both sides, attacking and defending. So it's pretty crazy. Oh, that knife.
Yeah, you know what? That's going to be a highlight. Whenever there's knife, even though I don't really like it. But
how can you not like it?
It's just mean.
What do you mean?
Just that's so mean. That's so sneaky and mean.
Can you imagine how hard is it to get that kind of conditions?
I know, but it's just, you know, when you have to die and you died with a stab, that is just...
It's invigorating.
Your dignity is like...
Chichi, you must understand, when you get a knife kill, the amount of euphoria you will actually experience.
If you're the one who's actually killing that person.
Exactly,
but
that's what I'm saying.
if you're the other way around, then you know the feel.
No, I get knife before, and the only thing I can say is I respect that because I didn't even know you were behind me.
But back to it, the stats. The numbers don't lie as per usual. First kills when it comes to aggressiveness, aggression side. Enigma Gaming and Teo, you have to give it. Both actually work so well. But Enigma, they do know the thrifty side. At one time, actually turn things around quite a lot of numbers. Pace run, we don't see a lot coming up from Teo. Numbers don't lie as per usual. But no clutches so far. But if you look at how Enigma playing just now, I love it. They are the mastermind. They give you sort of a sense that you are actually taking the lead, but not really.
The crazy thing about it as well is like, sure, utility placement and everything and coordination has been sublime coming from Enigma Gaming, right? But I felt like it was more really individual skill play in the map of split because you have one player like Frey, which is like getting like multi kills in a round. Like even though it may not be like aces or quad kills, right? But the fact that you're able to pick up 2 or 3 members before the plant goes down is so detrimental for the attacking side or even on the defending side. It hurts so much for the team, and they're not pretty difficult to really return back the favor. But of course, MVP is Frey himself. It's going to be Enigma Gaming here, and an ACS of 304.0 in that round.
I still cannot get over the one that blending with the shadows. I think it was Artem just now. My mind's still replaying that scenario. I'm sorry. But Frey has been remarkable. We agree. From the moment he played himself with a Viper in the previous map, and now he's taking himself another lurker with a Cypher, it's just incredible. How he actually knows exactly what to do. Even though they put a full trust by himself to guard over A side, he can actually pull it off.
I mean, that's one of the beauties of Sentinels, right? They are equipped with the necessary utilities to anchor down that side by themselves.
But the thing is, he didn't give any sort of information, and he shot them down by himself.
That's one of the few beauties, right? When you have a fantastic fragger pairing alongside with great utilities for that hole here. But guys, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly bring up our interview here for our previous winner and of course survivor here in the lower bracket.
Hello, coming up, CA Coach from Enigma Gaming. How are you feeling right now?
Decent, I'd say. We got off to a pretty nasty ending yesterday, so it's nice to start the lower bracket run cleanly.
I mean, but honestly, let's be honest. That upper bracket run, regardless, is possibly one of the few hardest start here in the playoffs as well, man. So, the thing is, even though you did lose, but I still think it was still a phenomenal game here. But of course, first things first, congratulations for keeping yourself in the game here in the lower bracket moving forward. But I do have one question for you, Sia, right? So, especially since a prominent coach like yourself, I am a little bit curious, right? When it comes to flexibility for certain players, right, especially when it comes to roles for each player to master or hold, do you think a player mastering multiple roles or multiple ages is actually a priority for you, or it's just more like a bonus?
It's definitely it's a lot of value, you know. But I think that's how I like to look at it. If a player, if he is a one-trick pony, he's able to get maximum value again and again, despite being a one-trick pony, then I see no reason for him to be mastering multiple roles. As long as you're the best at something, then it works out. It may be the best at one agent, or it may be the best at being able to play multiple agents.
Okay, I won't be like you, Lulu. He's being too kind not to ask what happened yesterday. I'm being the bad cop here, okay? So just bear with me. I know yesterday was really a big defeat for you guys. To relive the moment, it was 13-0 the last map. The first map was incredible for you guys. You guys have a bit of a comeback with it overtime. But what really happened yesterday for Enigma Gaming?
Honestly, I'm not sure if I can say exactly, but on a very surface level, we're our own biggest enemies. So in a lot of situations, this is as a team, no individual in the team, but as a team, we made a lot of mistakes, and that includes me. And I think in this situation, right, as a team, we will have to be able to come back up. Specifically what happened, maybe I'll get to tell you guys after we make our lower bracket run, come through the dream run in the finals interview, maybe after we win it. But on the surface level, we just were not good enough.
Okay, I'm going to follow up to that first. I'm going to follow up. Sorry, I'm going to follow up. I mean, we can have another extra question. I don't mind, but the producer, okay. How did you guys come back from yesterday to perform today? As a coach yourself, definitely have to pull up so much weight and have to put so much work for the team to actually come back from yesterday's performance. How do you do that?
I mean, first thing, I want to just applaud every single one of my players. It's really, really hard after that kind of loss to be able to just come back the next day and perform at least up to certain expectations. And every single one of them really turned up today, so I'm really proud of them for that. But I think overall, after yesterday, it was to say it's a wake-up call would be a underestimation, but it was basically a chicken cacawing in our face at 6 in the morning, or ultra wake-up call. So I think in all ways, we realized that there are certain things that we simply cannot afford to do, and we're trying our hardest to not do it in the lower bracket.
Right, okay, definitely understandable here. But of course, I do have one very simple question, okay? So what do you feel like currently Enigma Gaming roster here is split to, what do you feel like is the biggest fear for you as the coach here?
Ourselves, that's what I meant by we're our biggest enemies.
Our biggest enemies.
Our biggest fear is actually just ourselves.
Just the overthinking factor, right?
It's a number of small things that add up and eventually result in a bad situation. So we just gotta make sure we are able to play our best.
Right, all right.
We wish you all the best for Enigma Gaming for the next stage later on, which definitely not going to be easy, but we have trust and believe in you. Thank you so much, CA, for sharing your time with us, and thank you so much for sharing your insight, even though it's surface level, but hey, I'm waiting for that reply later on, okay, after you're done with the low breaker. See you guys next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you.
That was crazy. I mean, as a coach, you are the pillar for the team to make sure you can bounce back.
But that's what I'm saying, right? It's not just the coach, it's also just the IGL or just that one particular player.
The coach has to slap the IGL to wake up.
I mean, I guess you can say you have two pillars, right? There's someone supporting this very foundation, right? Which is why I'm really excited to talk about Flaring whenever I get the chance, because he's really the pillar that his team really looks up to for inspiration. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining us for this very first series. But of course, that's not the end for today. We still have one more final series of the lower bracket. Let's see what is his conclusion right after this quick short break.
talk time.
Look at this!
This is going to be so fun.
They're gonna try to line up and scary repositions. One yesterday, 1, 2, 3.
We'll see how they...
A ranked game right now. We're working on Style Out, potentially even an ace.
Into the Cosmic Divide, deny vision, but it's
Teo Teo Teo. They already breach up onto A.
Oh my god!
Spray. Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Flaring, Popsos gets a hit, gets one more. Flaring with 3.
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back again to the VALORANT Challenges Malaysia-Singapore Split 2. And of course, this is day 2 of the playoffs. I'm Leonard, also known as Yololi, and gracing me here on this, once again, no Casa's desk, because we're on budget, is Chuchu.
No chairs, no desk, it's fine. We still have our books, right?
Nope, I also have to sell off the book.
Oh my, okay, that's sad. But what's not so sad right now? It's gonna be our next series. But before we head into the series, you guys saw a bit of the sneak peek before this. Just now before the break, you saw the Ascension video, which means I think we pretty much, there's gonna be only one slot for that.
Oh yeah.
And so far, dominating is still gonna be Bleed. But can they actually make it up in the last minute? Or somebody else, you know, take
I love
a bit
how
of a
you
turn.
already like set the bar, right? It's like there's already Bleed, you know. One spot, but there's already Bleed.
But it is what it is. I mean, like, so far they have been dominating.
There
Split
is still a chance. Look at X10 yesterday.
I agree.
They gave their all. I'm pretty sure if it wasn't for the map of Fracture, that's or maybe potentially maybe another map, a high defender sided map. I feel it could have been a different result here. But regardless, X10 played out of their minds in yesterday's
that
game.
was incredible.
If you guys love X10, you missed them, don't worry. You're going to get a little bit more X10 action here. But of course, going toe-to-toe with them in this lower bracket is none other than Bikini Bottom, Pratahouse themselves. They make the best Pratas, by the way.
With what?
I don't know. It's a secret ingredient, you know? It's like the Krabby Cat. It's like the Krabby Patties, you know? It's a secret ingredient. You don't know. I'm pretty
sure you don't know?
How would I know? If I know, I would have opened my own Pratahouse.
There's a reason why they call BBP. I'm not going to announce the entire name because I don't want to get there and don't want to go in there in the first place. But speaking of BBP, we do know they are sort of a team that can have a bit of a roller coaster ride. But when they just have the momentum, they can pull it off. Kyra, Invoke, Josh, DXN, and Shun. Now, I do want to see how both teams actually plays this time, and we definitely already predicted our map. It actually will hit and miss. So far, you got all yours right. But BBP...
I was waiting for you to follow up because you said BBP, and I'm like, okay, it's going to be something
my star player for BBP is going to be DXN. But at the same time, we do know it's not going to be just centered on one player performance.
Correct.
You do know that for a fact.
Definitely, for sure. If you're talking about someone to really keep your eye on, definitely DXN, Shun, and Joss. These are the 3 players you really want to keep your eye on. Cairo definitely has been making strides and have also making quite the name of himself here in the VCT. However, Invoke, who just joined relatively towards the end of the group stage here, while many people, and me included, was very concerned of this really late entry of a substitution. But he has been making sure that his team has what they need to elevate themselves to get some really great pace. Sorry, not pace, plays.
A pace is actually not really a bad word.
But of course, get really great control as well. So I think Invoke has been doing a phenomenal job.
That's why I put a pause in my sentence just now, because right now I don't know what can they expect coming into the playoffs. Since we have additional players subbing in and out in the last minute, can they match up? We're talking about X10 here. X10, the team that maybe yesterday Bleed mentioned about, hey, we're having a really bad day. But X10, from what I see from that perspective, they are growing stronger. I'm not surprised they can overtake Bleed one day.
I mean, for sure, they are one of the top contenders here. But then again, while they are also in the top 4, somewhat they're also in the 4th placing of that top 4 here. They're not really close. If we're just comparing back in the group stages itself here. Of course, this is X10 and their members as well. You got your star entry player, Vera, cool, calm, collected Thames as well. Of course, my 2 favorite players in the entire world, Egoist and Rico. By the way, Rico with a bunch of great experience here, not just as a coach, but also as a player as well. Good great, fantastic IGL. You have Egoist, by the way, shrouded in mystery because he had disappeared from the esports scene for a very long time. And out of the blue, he came back and came back stronger than ever as well. And people started doubting the fact that how can Egoist, he has played in VCT, but he's been gone for a relatively long. Even
that hiatus, I think, is a secret mission for him to actually get stronger.
Even on social media, he was completely AWOL, disappearing off the map.
In a secret training camp, okay? That's
True.
it. That's basically, and you have no sort of connection with the outside world.
And then we have Wayne. Also someone who's also there to support to elevate his team and players, which is really great. May not be the pillar like Redkov, but he's definitely there to be a really good brother for support.
We do love to speak about Redkov more when it comes to the head-to-head with Shun. Now, I picked these two players of how they can flex things up with the team, right? We do know, for me personally, I do love a bit of a head-to-head between the initiators, but when it comes to the KAST percentage, we do have a bit more on the side of Shun instead, surprisingly, compared to Redkov, how you mentioned about how he's been having all-rounder in terms of coaching player, whatever there is, veteran player.
Yes. I mean, that's one of the few beauties, right? Especially like what Sia said. Sia coach was the coach of Enigma Gaming, also has mentioned. Pretty sure even Legia also has mentioned, who was also from Bleed. He said that a player who is able to have multiple proficient capabilities as an agent or with the roles does give a lot more variety and variables to play with the competition. However, in terms of the stats between the two here, there is one thing that stands a little bit different between the two sides here, is the fact that Redkov has a little bit more of that supporting factors. Yes, Shun is there with the body sitter. The body sitter is very solid among him and his team members as well when it comes to for those 2-man pushes or 3-man pushes. However, Redkov priority will always be the fact that how can I, what actually is best I can do to ensure my teammates has the best scenario here. That's the difference between both sides. Shun, all mine Ghana, you can definitely be guaranteed for sure.
My magic book is out the moment I mentioned about map prediction just now. Okay, you did mention about these two players, yes, but we're talking about as a team to work things out.
Yes.
In the map, they need to know they are at their strength. Now, X10 definitely devastated. They almost won yesterday. They almost win it. But in the last minute, being finished off by Bleed by the end of the day to wrap things up. But this is where things get really heated for them. They are really hungry to win today. So they definitely want to pick the maps that they have most confidence on, and not just that, maybe the map that's quite not so much played by the side of BBP.
Yep. You must remember as well, when it comes to X10's map veto as well, they're not like most teams which they have like a staple selection, right? Where they already know before even the map veto, they already know what map they want. If they don't get that map, at least try to pick a map that has very similar designs or capabilities, and they already know which one they don't want to have here for themselves compared to most teams here. That's why you see X10's map pool so far throughout Split 2 has been pretty, not really stable. There are sometimes they'll ban Lotus, sometimes they'll ban Lotus, sometimes they'll pick Lotus here, and it's mostly just trying to counter pick against their opponent team because they know exactly the strengths of each of their opponents. Because I believe that's courtesy of Redkov, who has been researching their opponent team quite tediously as well. But coming from BBP here, I think this is something is a little bit more of the truly an unorthodox team here when it comes to the map veto.
But at the same time, speaking of the unorthodox teams, since they fought against each other in the league or during their league stage, Haven and Lotus was the map. Now, you did mention about BBP. If they want to avoid entirely what happened in the past history they fought in the league, they can just ban out those maps instead.
True.
So maybe we won't be looking at Haven and Lotus, but you did mention about X10. It's sometimes a bit unpredictable with their veto maps.
Definitely for sure. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually bring in maps like Fracture, because X10 has 2 types of composition when it comes to map selection. One is either
I hate
map
the fact that I'm always wrong here. Okay.
but they do want to pick maps, like X10 particularly, they want to pick maps which is one, either to elevate Vera's offensive capabilities, or maps that has really strong defensive positioning as well. Maps like Ascent, for example, and it also works 2 ways.
That's kind of true.
I'm just sad they've actually banned out Fracture. I felt like that was actually a possibility.
No way.
For them.
I know for sure that Accent will not touch Fracture. They just gonna ban it out. But we do have our Haven in the lineup for the veto map just now. So for our decider, maybe we do have Lotus if they want to, or maybe ban it out on the side of BBP. But Bind will not be touchable for these teams as well. Now, do X10. I mean, like, do actually want to ban up Lotus?
No, I feel actually they will try to take out.
They
actually,
love to pick Lotus, that's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. It is an opportunity for them to actually pick it up for themselves, and they will. Getting rid of the Pearl, picking one of the map which is more very comfortable with at the same time here. So because they already, in a way, they already somewhat got a map which they wanted for the hands of BBP here. And just in case if they were to lose out against BBP on the map of Haven, on the map of Ascent, they still have their own map selections here. So them picking out Lotus for the deciding here, just somewhat just ensures they're towards their late game. However, BBP, I'm actually really excited to see them back on Ascent here because of all the teams here, they are very straightforward with what they want here. So you're going to be seeing a lot of really great stress coming out for BBP on the map of Ascent.
But at the same time, Accent decided to pick on defense. Same goes on the side of Haven, they love to go for attacking. And we do know Haven is attack-based kind of map. You got triple sort of a side, definitely is in the favor on the side of the attacker side. So if they want to really go in strong, I think you mentioned about Ascent is best on a defender side, right? So they chose exactly what's the strength of those maps in the favor of X10. Right now on which side. But when it comes to the agents, this is where we get to see if there's any mirror or whatsoever. Might be the control will be the main difference between these two teams. Other than that, pretty much almost mirror.
Except for the fact of the difference of the controller here. And the crazy thing about it as well is that while Astra does give you a little bit of global presence when it comes to utility placement here, you do have a little bit more of a more faster paced controller with the moment in hand here. And don't forget, most of his smoke is actually on cooldowns here, not really charged. So he can actually keep it going as offensive as much as possible to play alongside with Vera if he chooses to, let's be honest, be aggressively pushing forward through mid. That'll be a pretty great thing. And it's also a pretty nice lineup for settings for the Paranoia as well.
Oh yeah, we saw a lot of good plays coming out from yesterday's matchup with those Paranoias, but just now we didn't see the best of the moment just yet. I'm waiting, it will actually pop up in this series between none other than X10 versus BBP. Now, can BBP surprise us? Because I do know for a fact, a lot of you guys out there are gonna say, it's X10's game, but hey, it's still a sort of a gamble here. We're still a 50-50.
I mean, definitely for sure. And of course, while BBP will give their all, because it is literally the last tournaments that we have here locally, right?
Yeah.
Here within our region.
I'm so sad now. Can you stop?
I know, I'm sad too, right? But definitely, while BBP will be giving their all, Axton in particular will just give their all probably twice or 3 times as hard because they have a lot of pressure on the line.
Sure.
Not only because of the name, but of course of the vengeful fury
they
want to get back.
They were this close yesterday, Leonard.
That's what I'm saying. They gave their all against Bleed Sport. Almost gave them a run for their money. It's just on the map of Fracture.
They gave them a run of their money.
Well, on the map of Fracture, they fully utilized that offensive capability.
But hey, BBP will stand tall fighting against X10. Even though we highly talked about them, highly anticipated teams to actually get into the grand finals. But here we are, getting on the lower bracket. A bit of a training done. 3v3, make it 2 with it goes intense. Trying to make it work as BBP got the upper hand when it comes to numbers.
Definitely making it way into the side. Shun taking it nice and close, but Sally fails the pick of Thames as he's going to be sending his counterpart back to the shadow side here. And now comes up to the 2v2. However, not really the best of scenario or situation with the positioning too. Josh and Cairo, they know exactly where they are. Just wanting to go for the drop. But then again, Eagle is so quick with the frenzy. An absolute spray alongside with Thames to secure the retake despite the disparity of the positioning. And don't forget about the HP. Thames jumped right in with only about 40 HP plus.
And it was crucial just now to drop those turret on the side of Ego. Is if they don't have the turret, they have nothing else utils to know exactly who and where they're standing up from BBP. Are they close enough? Are they just that far in the main? They need to know that. They know for a fact the moment they just shut down on those turrets in a swift manner, it just shows how close they were. So they know where to pick exactly for X10 the moment they get out from those nebula smokes. But the thing is, BBP had the upper hand with a lot of more men just now, but they didn't secure those one out. Now, that's going to be a big question mark for the side of BBP because they had it before. It's just the way that they secure the post plan a bit questionable, but maybe it's just warming up their hands and warming up their mind to get into the, you know, the game
bogey
itself,
Oh.
the bogey of the game. Yeah.
I thought you were about to lead to the fact that they're going to go for the boogie. You know?
Yeah,
a little bit
why
of
not?
dance.
Why not?
It's almost tomorrow's Friday, you know, Friday night, you know.
Friday. Today is Friday?
No, tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
I think tomorrow's Friday night, you know. Some people's already
yeah.
in the mood for that weekend.
We're not here tomorrow, so maybe, yeah, why not? Technical pause just now. Now we get resumed back. But so far, it's just a pistol round. Yes, it gives a lot of impact when it comes to the first half, but nevertheless, BBP is more than ready to take up those shots down because it was not really a big win for Extended last previous pistol. They do have the aggressiveness on their side. We saw how they were trying to shut down early on in those early fights in B main beforehand, before they get into A side in the first place. So are they doing it again?
Definitely biding their time. Gonna be sure for those angles. And of course, Invoke. Definitely gonna be more quicker on the trigger. Gonna be able to find a shutdown Vera. Egoist getting rid of their his own personal counterpart at the same time. Try to equalize the scoreline. Them losing Vera, yes, is an unfortunate one, but it's not a very big loss here because they are more focused for the defense here instead of entering into the side. Wayne with the angles here with a one-way smoke. Definitely put it in full fruition, and the rest of the team has no choice but he abandoned the side door. Trying to see if they can play around Flower Garden. But of course, Thames reading them like a book, anticipating their rotation around here and punishing them very painfully and making it quite costly here.
That was big coming out from Wayne with that one-way smoke, knowing for a fact they shut down Vera from the Kabi before, and then they just moved straight into the tree and towards the side of A. And the one-way smoke, make sure that the rest of BBP pull back, but the one that come out from behind, they closed them back in a box. There's no way out for BBP. That was genius.
Let's be honest. I felt like BBP at that situation felt like they're lab rats, right? You know when they put the mazes, the researchers intentionally closes certain pathways. I feel it was the exact same scenario.
That's why they call it, when you corner the rat will bite back. Now I'm waiting for
That's
BBP
for wolves,
to bite back.
by the way.
We can pull it into rats. Like, why not? As long as they got teeth, right? Yeah, one-way smoke again from Invoke, trying to capitalize on the side of mid pizza side, but that drone will give away so much information to a side of a team. Now they definitely knows a lot of them actually admit they closed the door. Entirely not welcome in B side. That's a greeting from X10, amazing one as well.
No, despite losing one of their initial members, because like I said, losing Vera is sad, but it's not really a massive loss because he doesn't really have defensive utility. He was literally coming down to just get
It's a bonus. It's a bonus if he actually survived.
Yeah, of course. But Invoke able to find a window of an opportunity to get rid of Red Cow. Now the defenses are slowly dwindling down here. And BBP can slowly hear the defense plan that X10 has slowly cracking and crumbling down. Now they just need to remove one more player and get to the side, and everything else will be a done deal. But Thames, nice timing with the nice timing with Sally. The smoke was not nicely timed, allowing Thames to still get the kill on Invoke.
Oh, at the same time, they got themselves rifles this time. Yeah, BBP got the firepower, but this is just a bonus round. But can actually Wayne do it or not? He got himself a garden and trying to shoot one out. DX exports it out, but never too late for DX to just fire it back. His response was a swift at that, and not just a Wayne whiffed it a couple of first few shots, but that was a bonus round for X10. It was a bonus if they won that one, but now this time is a real gunfight where everybody got himself the rifles. Invoke got himself even the Blade Storm to use, so he's not going to even buy anything here.
But definitely for sure. And let's be honest, don't count, like I said, don't count out DXN just yet. Remember, before Invoke coming, before this entire roster switched, midway towards the end of the group stages, DXN was originally the dedicated duelist as well. So if you want to question his fragging ability, let's not.
I mean, like, here's my favorite player on KJ. If you get to compare Egoist and DXN, I'm still going to choose DXN over Egoist. Sorry to say, but I'm on the DXN team here. But back to the side of DXN, he's shutting down on one before. Now he's making his way to its mid. Definitely not going to venture into Cubby due to the Nebula smoke pop-up just now. He's not going to venture there. But they have no idea. DXN already climbed up all the way in deep into this mid.
But it really doesn't matter because they're still having their eyes on the prize towards the spawn area, but they make it through. And DXN, can the timing work? I'm not sure what's the result, but of course, DXN was able to get rid of the Thames, but an equivalent amount of trades still happening all across the map. Chaos and mayhem is currently happening, but no clear goal inside for until now with the swipe being planted down.
They heard the footsteps and shutting the door right in front of Wayne's face. He's not happy about that, definitely. But they still have to couple of utilities on their hand, not just the flash. They got the mollies as well on the side of Reiko. Definitely no more blade on that side, but Wayne have so much paranoia still in hands. They can retake anytime they need. They shut down on George. Ego did so much work. Cairo replies with Wayne down on the ground. Down to Cairo to make the work here for the team. The flash hits, but took him a bit longer to shut down onto side of Reiko, but Ego is swiftly just going to go for defuse. Even got himself a lockdown for next round.
Oh, no, you don't deserve my invention.
The thing is this, the one thing I love about the Ascent is the fact that it is the one map where the duelist will not shine as prominent compared to other maps.
Hey, not really. If you actually go for A, duelist can actually shine so much, but
if you look at the total score line, it has always been the Sentinels and the
I think the recent patch, Controllers and Sentinels is tiny bit more important than duelists these days. Is it just me or is it? It depends on the map, I guess.
No, it really depends on the map. Because in this case, there's a lot more risk, especially for, like you said, duelists down to the side towards that A side. Yes, you open up the map, but there's a lot more risk.
Oh, defrated with a risk of that shock dart. Yesterday happens to be somebody died with a shock dart. I think it was the second series or first series, either one, but same map.
I'm not too surprised, really. Like we could theory craft all day, but then again, we have seen some of those theories actually coming to life here.
I agree, but at the same time, the moment they drop,
damn!
Stop the DX, and then he dropped.
So disgustingly good.
It's just precise aiming, man.
Oh,
we can never have this kind of shot.
It's so fast. That's how crazy it is. That's the thing.
Right here.
That peak.
Going in. Yikes. They got themselves the lockdown, yeah, sure. They don't even have, never mind, Ego is down by, finish off by Josh's hand. Shun just gonna shut the doors down, but they definitely know this coming up from the back line. Vera got on one and in a swift manner, shutting them down in an instant. They try to wall bang on the other side, but the thing is, Invoke is not willingly giving away his position easily. They thought there's gonna be somebody on B main, but never mind that, Josh! Spot out Wayne, that flash plays a big pop, but Josh,
headshot.
He got blinded as well. Oh boy, this is not great. 2v2 Reiko. It's all about timing. Timing's not on their side. Vera, he needs to go for the defuse, but took him a bit more longer. They're just gonna go for it. Reiko! Fished out by timing. Cairo around the boathouse area, just shutting them down. What a play.
Oh, that was a little bit too close for comfort.
You're comfortable.
A lot more dicey than it's supposed to be. Oh. Oh, man.
Feels good?
Oh, yeah, it does.
Well, hey, BBB is fighting back, and they know exactly what to play against Accent. It's going to be about time. It's about stalling them from, you know, going for retake. But how do Accent want to respond to this? Will they try to brute force them out from the side in the first place, other than playing the retake game, which they have a bit of difficulty to deal with?
It can be pretty difficult to actually try to fall back from that B, especially once you're playing your positioning into the side itself. It's pretty hard to really get out of it. You just have no choice but to just really anchor down and just hold the line by yourself. The odds may be against you, but these are the kind of boys, this is the kind of situation where the boy tells them, you know, the odds are against us, boys, but let's give our lives for something greater than ourselves, you know, that kind of scenario.
Yeah, speaking of deep
actually,
speech,
I don't think they're giving inspirational speech at that time. But if I do find a team, that gives inspirational speech like this every single time, Vera!
That's just so good from Vera.
When you feel like he's a little bit too quiet, he just comes back banging.
And they didn't whiff. I mean, that was like 2 down in a second. Less than that even, not even costing anything. Just using his ult for that. Josh, on the other hand, a bit hesitant to check the corners. The snowfall effect is going to be crossfire position for both of the players coming from X10. How and what to pick first? Caught on Retco. Going back to its cubby. He knows for a fact there's going to be somebody else waiting there. But look at the other end. Shun coming in already into the side. And there goes another.
Oh, yes, he has to be a little bit more fast on the toes. They're whittling down the numbers. One remains. It's going to be Egoist. But he's such a man with such bravado. Takes the fight in the nano summon. He could play nice at the corner of the ring around the rosy here. Will be able to find his way to clutch it to victory. 4-2. Well done and well played, Egoist. You know, the thing is this. Despite the name that he has for himself, he's actually a pretty nice guy.
Who?
Egoist.
He's a super nice guy. Usually the players is like contradicting their names. I don't know why, but the players seems to be attracting to pick the IGN names that actually not themselves. I don't know why. Maybe they wish to be somebody more egoist on that side. But just now we can see how every single round is down to the last second here, Leonard. They're taking the patience game in play for both teams here. Look at how they're just trying to go for kill for picks, get any sort of information, nothing being given at all by these guys.
They're really trying to not allow them to be grinded down by the mains here. While yes, they did lose one of their teammates, but it's totally fine. The damage has been done. It's pretty significant as well. Managed to get really nice and close into the side and pick up Vera. Oh, that's a bonus which they're able to go. They will be satisfied any time of the day. Go for the plant here. There's only 2 members remaining. They do have the Hunter Fury and the lockdown here. If they feel they're bold enough, they can actually try the attempt for it. But certain condition must be clear. They need to get a little bit of control towards the flower garden. Then maybe there is a chance of the retake. But they decide to swing out through from the rafters together here to make the magic happen. But Invoke makes his intention loud and clear with the operator at hand, and a thrifty one secured by BBP.
They don't even need to drop any sort of ults in that round at all. We're talking about this operator who will actually make so much work for the team, and the fact they got a clear sign in the first place is just so great for the side of BBP to just reposition himself in the post bomb. This is just insane from the Invoke. It's just 2 down, less than 2 seconds, just so easy. He'll make it look as though it's so easy to do that, and we can barely actually scope in and shoot somebody in the face, right? But you talked about the Hunter's Fury. I feel like the Hunter's Fury will only be utilized the moment they drop this lockdown from the Exxon! Invoke.
The timing of an opportunity, and this guy, unfazed, unafraid, doesn't care about the weaknesses of the sniper close range. When he sees a challenge, he answers it willingly. My God, and he paid so much dividends, Choo Choo. 3 frags, and all it costs is himself. That's fine. He's an entry fragger anyway.
He pulled his, he did his job. That's it.
Oh yeah, he pulled his weight.
He did everything for the sake of the team. Now left with Egoist, with the Sheriff to work with. Now this definitely their equal round, so it's a bonus for him to actually got extra couple of more frags if he can actually land one. A bit of a consolation. They're definitely trying to find for him, and he got busted, and that's it. That's it. Oh, this is gonna be tough for X10, really.
Oh, I can say this. I think DXN must have felt quite satisfied picking up Egoist, because the entire majority amount of time for this past 8 rounds, it has always been Egoist, majority of the time, actually winning out the pick battles against DXN.
And not just that, they have to figure out how to shut down an Invoke with that operator. The moment he get himself a bit of a sight, just a bit of vision to see on what's happening in A, he just shot them down in an instant. You saw how close combat it was in the A main just now. But there's no stopping him.
I mean, technically, the last round was somewhat of an eco round. It was relatively difficult for X10. Now with the re-equipped weaponry, with the rifles in hand, things might be a little bit different. That's why you can see BBP playing a little bit more default, playing a little bit more slow now, because they understand, all right, they equal the last round, this round they have the rifles, don't underestimate them, play by the rules. They're fine playing with the time, they're fine burning out the utilities here, just as long as they have the better hand here. To remember, they have a lot of ultimates to play with as well.
Oh, but look at that. I think I think it's going to be waiting at the winery area. And now the moment they picked out, the one-way smoke is nowhere near anymore. But they know exactly. No way they can just shut down these guys easily. BBP again, as per usual. They got themselves inside of A, and that's going to be shutting down Vera on Evoke. That's huge for X10. Now they got themselves a wallbang even. That's insane from Vera. He knows exactly where this guy stands.
Oh, the lineup was also pretty beneficial as well, but he comes out 1v1. But Josh had the crosshair placement more prep than Egoist, despite the small intel that he was playing off with it. But what a round. It got a little bit more closer than it's supposed to be.
They haven't lost that operator for a long time. Josh picked it back up just now. And this is where X10 is pretty much in destitute sort of a state. And they even tried to call out for the timeout. They have to go back to the drawing board. They lost 3 consecutive rounds, and that was really detrimental for them. We're talking about, you managed to shut down an Invoke by Vera just now. And Vera just, by his own instinct, just getting on those wall banks beneath those heavens in the hell area. But the thing is, you mentioned in the last minute, Josh, every single player coming up from BBP, they can fight head-to-head with each of the player on X10.
I think there's also the situation where I'm actually finally surprised that they actually commit this timeout like right now. I feel it's a little bit too late, a little bit late to actually commit. I thought they will commit it slightly earlier here because the game has been pretty stale, especially coming from X10. They haven't really found that opening. During the eco rounds, they did try to be aggressive a bit to try to find some line, like try to find a little bit hope to win out the round, but they didn't really go according to plan. While they finally, yes, I am happy they finally commit the timeout here, the tactical timeout.
At least they call a timeout.
Yeah, exactly. At least they call a timeout. But it feels like I felt like it's might be a bit too late. But they could be using the timeout to really plan on how they want to get Vera to this final ultimate orb to get that Blade Storm here.
Speaking of Blade Storm, will be actually being put a no-show for the Blade Storm if they actually pull out those null command at work by Redco. So far, we haven't seen Redco manage to pull out the best that he can do. He's been shutting down quite early on due to the picks from these guys. But wait! With that buck, he's shutting down on the operator user in that distance. Vera with a sheriff. These guys work wonderfully well when it comes to the Echo round. And I'm loving this, but at the same time, Josh, Kyra, and Shin have to figure out where to go next. Since they lost the accent, they lost Invoke to clear out the sites. Now, where do they go next? Because right now in mid, Tam's waiting at the other end, while we do have Egoist come out from the back to backstab them.
It's going to be quite the challenge. He had the blade, Vera had the blade on him. He could have been the hero for this round, but the hero gets shut down. Wayne, surrounded from all angles. There's still Egoist on the back of side. Managed to get the flying, but not going to be finding anyone more out of that scenario. Cairo, with the better weaponry, able to spray down mercilessly, brutalizing Red Call. With a beautiful lineup, Josh, with the Phantom in hand, will mow them all down. Thames, the last man standing, the potential hero for the round, but Cairo decides to shut him down. Flew too close to the sun and this ends up scorching and burning down.
At least they still pick that back up on their operator so they don't have to invest too much. And that was surprising with that Bucky. It was, wow.
Chujo, you must understand, it was that kind of scenario, those kind of plays, those extreme plays that you have to do to really try to turn things around.
They tried, they really did.
Because this is supposed to, like, I think in X10's mindset right now, this was the part where they're supposed to be in the lead and not behind here, not even equalizing the scoreline. Which is why this is probably might be hurting them a lot more compared to BBP. And they're rolling with this momentum and eliminated fantastically with that opening by Josh.
Comes on to Fury, knowing for the fact DSN is nowhere near there. So he's using the Hunter's Fury, but the blaze up from Invoke barely whipped. Got himself a shutdown, Shun taking on Cairo by his own teammate, but never mind that. But back to the side, Invoke, he secures his side, but he got shut down in an instant when Redco spot him out. But Josh, and the smoke with the buckets! Oh, never mind, Shorty instead. Cairo and Shun, again, they are on the roll for BBP. Now, this is a big question for X10. Do they want to save the momentum for the second half here?
I mean, they have to give their all here because, like I said, they do have a fallback plan with the deciding match being Lotus, right? But that's the scenario if we get there. first things first is whether they can at least take back this last round at least. They try to get the scoreline. BBP is absolutely rolling with this momentum.
Oh,
like,
I'm loving this.
And the crazy thing about momentum, right? It's like when you're really on the roll, it's like a natural disaster. It really can't be stopped by normal means here.
And that null command still intact for X10 to use it, and this will be the last one. So if you want to actually dispose of that null command, it's a perfect timing to use it now. But he has to wait for them to rush in. But the moment they picked out Josh taking on Reko, get on Wayne as well, taking on both 3 players. Axe and Wayne getting on 2. DX and nowhere to be found as Josh tried to pull this off by himself. And you mentioned about them trying to wrap another round for this. Accent really trying to go for it, and not even on their usual rifles we're talking about.
This is pretty much them just trying to cut their losses, trying to minimize as much damage as possible.
Yeah.
Because this is exactly not the scoreline they've hoped for, but I love the 3-man lineup.
Which one do you want to pick over? You have to pick only one. But it was a risky one with that operator. You can shoot all 3 down, by the way.
But regardless, at least now the scoreline 7-5. BBP, of course, will be able to grace themselves with the lead that they have as they go to the second half. Now they're going to have the benefits of holding their own on the defending side now.
Maybe they do prefer on the attacking side instead of defending, which we can see they are not really in favor for that. But you did mention about the Sun will be more heavily to the side of defenders. But
feels like there's a lot more choke point than it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
that's why.
That's true. That's true. Bit of a half time for them to actually recruit themselves for these players.
Going out.
But it's just incredible plays. Like coming up from Wayne, he got one. They just keep on rolling the momentum. And I love coming up from side of BBP. The fact that Shun being played so much trust, not just that, the accent plays such a big part in the middle of the rounds as well. It's incredible. Even though we barely get to see Kara invoke previously, but they pull their weights here, Leonard.
It's really crazy, especially once everything gets online and everyone gets accustomed to the scenario. The crazy thing about it as well is that since DX, like I said, DXN was originally a duelist player, right? So now the fact that he's in a more less risk role, he's a lot more confident and a lot more comfortable on trying to get to land and pick those shots. Invoke, on the other hand, has, like I said, despite coming slightly later from the group stages here, he has been there to at least ensure his team gets the best of scenario as he enters into the side.
He can catch up. He can fill the role perfectly well, if you ask me. So it doesn't feel like there's sort of a gap between the players coming from BBP. They come prepared, and it shows when it comes to 7-5 on the scoreboard. Across the board, it is the Accent a bit struggling to get themselves the first half to keep the boat afloat. But in the meantime, that's a bigger question. Do they prefer the attacking side? Are they willing to actually put all into the attacking side? That's where we get to see now with the frenzies on Vera's and Reko's hands. And so far, we haven't seen a lot of Reko in the previous one. He tries to pick, but every single time he picks, it's either DXN or even I think it was Shun or Invoke who shot him down multiple times.
Well, it will come down from this pistol round itself, too. Let's be honest. Vera, although while they do prefer the defending side, let's be honest, Vera is an absolute bundle of energy. This guy ain't gonna stop at this attacking side here. What better way to best support him than having the teammate that he currently has here as well? But then again, there is still the cause of concern. There are pretty great holes here, and right now Cairo is riding to the fact that he's actually pretty great at the moment.
Some of them being detected for their presence from those blade, but not in the case of Vera. Nobody knows he's there. He's trying to go for the rush straight into A, but will be stopped by Nebula Smoke or not. He got himself there, exactly that. He got himself the place he wants to be, but Invoke replies. Vera shut it out on Invoke. A bit of a trading done until they're left with 3v2 right now. Straight Wayne planting over. They're going to go for post-plant positions, but DXN and Shun, how do they go for this? Shun definitely got the recon bolt. DXN on the other hand being challenged by Vera on the A main. But Shun, if he dropped himself that recon perfectly, he knows exactly where they stand.
Woo! That time's the charm, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. But of course, Shun returns the favor. Still 1v2. Jumps down into an absolute onslaught. That's what I call the Dance of the Lions. X10 members, body system. Absolutely impeccable.
Yep.
Solid for sure.
He even contemplating who do I shoot. There's two of them.
But you see, now here's the part, right? So
Yeah.
X10 gets the pistol round. They will have better weaponry to try to counter, right? They do have the option, and I think right now they're just trying to overwhelm, try to utilize this on the attack side. Best way for them is really try to overwhelm their opponents with numbers here. Try to overwhelm, try to pick out as many players as much as possible. Then it's garner control by the side to just play with the time.
Speaking of how they want to control this, look at how deep BBP tried to push in, but they know this. They're not rushing into B main for X10. They are replying to us, the Axania, taking their own time, and now Vera got a clear side to get into. It's going to be B. While on the side of A, they start pushing, but waiting on the other end, it's going to be A goes around here. Cow, never mind. Around the spawn area, Kyra taking on another one. A bit of trading, but at a lot of cost. 22 HP to go against 4 of the players at pretty much almost full HP right now. With Invoke, yeah, he does have full HP, but how to get in there and how to do for retake. Oh boy.
Oh, 3 HP in a dream. Gonna spray and let that Spectre sing. Vera's gonna be able to get rid of his counterpart. Send him back as well. Last man's gonna be Cairo. 22 HP and Vera 3 HP is still charging in.
No way!
An absolute crack.
No way! He's like, he doesn't even... I don't think he even bothered to look at his HP at this point.
Oh, well, like they did, Vera was absolutely wild in that last round. My God.
I mean, like, yeah, you got lower HP. Why didn't you scout for us? That's one thing for sure. You can actually put through that. But it just shows how calm he was.
He could be comfortable. He could be relaxed. Just play the back aside. Got 3 HP. I was like, hey, guys, you know, I'm not about the quiet life. I'm about the loud one.
But this is where things really gets clearer for us when BBP got their full rifles. With half armors mostly for the players as well as that for Invoke. Attempts. But trying to attempt to see if there's any sort of a frag he can actually get from his dry picks. They definitely had a lot of footsteps coming up from to the side A, but nonetheless, coming up from the side of BBP, they're not willing to leave their post just yet. Taking their time to just wait to see if there's any sort of peek and sort of information they can gain out of this.
Yep. Spoke towards the mid-entrance, trying to see if he can get a couple of free fire. Invo had the line, but Vera had the blades out first. A lot more precise as he slices and dices here. Gonna control towards the A-shot, now heading towards tree area. Completely phase out. Vera's gonna be able to get rid of Josh in the process. Right into the side, still 1 remain. And Vera again with 3 HP, just like the round, like the previous round. Feels a little bit deja vu, don't you think, Choo Choo?
He doesn't care!
And he's still going at it. He doesn't mind, he doesn't care. He wants to get the frag. Should able to find red call, but DXN as well, as it was a little bit of a freebie of a big kick. Now suddenly the round becomes a little bit viable here. But Shun, 1v2.
Wiggle it out.
Spot the gun nozzle. They know where he is. He's trying to jiggle pick here. Sadly, I don't think they're going to be running out of ammo anytime soon. We'll fall prey here as Thames will be the one to have the final say. X10 takes back the lead for their fair because they know a lot of things is on the line.
Valiant attempt coming up from Shun just now with those wiggle and jiggle, but it's just really tough for him to actually shoot down 2 at the same time with only 1 corner to take a hug from. Back to the side of BBP now. We do know for a fact they definitely need those operators or those kind of fights again on the side of BBP. But they have a bit of difficulty when it comes to the financial side. Their purchase will have to resort to only those pistols and half armor for now. And this is definitely going to be a bit of a huge advantage on X10's side. But problem is, if X10 a bit too comfortable, they might actually caught themselves in a trap here, as BBP is not a team they want to underestimate in this stage.
Slow and steady, definitely will win the race. Trying to get on some mid-control, but Vera's going to be able to spray the exit through the wall. Merciless, as you guys, a green man once called it. Every wall in the map of Ascent is bangable here. Attempts not too far behind as he will be joining in on the onslaught here. 5v3. Aldro does spot to get the necessary amount of intel, but what can that intel do? They don't have the necessary weaponry, nor do they have the angles or opportunity here. And X10 shuts them all down here, and bit by bit, the grand plan that BBP has is starting to sound like it's crumbling down as X10 is slowly breaking them piece by piece.
bit difficult for BBP to defend with such a rush coming up from the side of Axton. The moment they got in, they cleared the corners with Vera. Now they need to shut down Vera before they secure those side. That's the biggest issue coming up from the side of BBP. But hey, they responded with another operator on the side of Invoke. Now this might be the turning point for BBP. That what happened in the first half when they start to land those operators to work. Now this might be it again. Can they turn things around with Invoke, with those operators to work?
And it's all Vera unfazed at the damage. Still gets to the back of side with the laser resistant. He knows this is going to cause chaos. He knows there's going to be an anarchy here. And now quite the conundrum that BBP is currently in here. Didn't expect Vera to be so swift into the side. Unfazed from the initial damage from the defensive utilities here. And now begins the retake here. And it doesn't look favorable here. And Vera seems to try to secure this core, but gets denied by Cairo. But it doesn't matter, Choo. The damage has been done.
Yeah, there's no... I mean, like, Invoke already placed himself in a position where he can go for the save, but Cairo is still willing to go for the hunt. He's trying to get at least one consolation out of this. Well, at least he got a miniature. Oh, boy! Oh, no! The moment it lands on his feet, there's recon. You know for a fact there's no way out for him, but inside of Invoke, he still can survive. Yeah? He wants to go for the operator in the next round. And this happened before. I'm waiting for BBP to fight back, but can they with how fast Vera got into that side in the first place?
We gotta pick.
He goes straight into the boathouse, jump over towards the side of the workshop, go straight to the back line and clear the side every single way possible and shoot them back from the back around the market area. Now, Vera is super scary. You cannot stop him from getting into the site here.
But you see, that's what I'm saying, right, Juju? It's just that because how long this map has been in the scene, right?
It's the OG.
How much practices this has gone through. Everyone knows what needs to be done. Even the Nanasol place that was placed on site was intentionally...
It's not functional.
It was meant to be for any jet or race players who flies at the back there.
But he flew straight on top of rooftop. How to deal with that?
No, that's what I'm saying. Someone had to play at the back or side to prep for that. But of course, regardless now, quick succession after multiple attempts at that B, they divert their attention towards his A side here, and improving a lot more success than it's supposed to be. But Josh absolutely mercilessly mowed down Vera. Hunter Spirit tried to force them out of the corners, shaky corners here, and Cairo has control of that side area.
They still have the null in command to work with Cairo. But at the same time, Tams know exactly where to pick. A bit of a trading still, 2v3. They still have the numbers for BBP. But time is not on their side. Time is the enemy right now. Wallbang from above. Just to shut down Redco. A bit of a flash done. Still got on 188. Another flash drops. He just shuts down. Never mind. Kyron got it. But the thing is, he's alone to defuse. Nothing to cover himself. Winter's going to play pick and poke. Kyra got it.
He could play with the time a little bit more. I feel like he could have done it as well.
He tried.
Because the thing is he wasn't picking right after he went for the second time for the defuse for the second half of the spike. He actually still picked up the fact that maybe he might be pressured by the time that he had no choice but to stick it all the way through. But no, Cairo really just...
Pros don't fake.
Yeah.
That's a statement there.
Let's go.
Yeah, Redcorp really Cairo really just sprayed through that wall. He said, like, no way am I gonna fake this out here. I'm not pressured by the time or anything at all. And poor Invoke, spotted initially and trapped like a little rat.
That's just really tough to watch, but Vera, as per usual, he's a monster. There's no stopping this guy the moment he got himself in this beast mode.
That
5 HP or not.
Clean.
Every single time. He can finish off 3 at 3 HP, at 5 HP, and he's trying to go for more.
It's just so disgustingly clean. It's unbearable. But of course, Shun with 5 HP in the dream. Same case with Vera as well. DXN also making strides, but I don't think they're going to be trying to attempt to go for this take. They want to try to save as much weapon because they understand the next round, they don't really have the economy, right, Choo-Choo?
Yeah, that's
so at least ensuring at least 2 players who's going to be the main fragger. Maybe he might pass the Vandal to Invoke or DXN passing the Guardian to Invoke while they actually save here.
Possibly, but they're trying to just, you know, snatch some couple of Vandals that drop around the corner, but just a bit too low for Shun to even pick out. But we talk about Vera. He's definitely want to go for the hunt. Look at how he just extend all the way to his spawn side trying to find these guys. Definitely couldn't find anybody at this point, but yeah, at least they got some self-consolation with those Vandals, right? Coming up from inside of BBP. It's still winnable for them. It's still within reach if they try to drag it out to his OT. But the problem is, it was a costly round previously for them.
The thing is like I said, right now it's just cutting losses here, trying to bring as much weapons as much as possible. Because right now, potentially could be the round to decide whether Accent goes to match point or not here. So while three members will have proper rifles here, Invoke will be sticking with Shorty mainly because he has the Blade Storm. Economy doesn't really matter for agents like her, and instantly recall. That calm relaying information by Vera, he heard the dash and he said, "My friend, Invoke is coming in."
Yeah.
Rico was able to address the situation very cleanly.
That was a swift reaction coming up from the side.
That was beautiful. The comms could have been more beautiful.
That's
well
perfect.
done.
But back to the side of X10, they are willing to get into B here, which got quite a number of utils. But as per usual, Vera will stop them in mid. Rekko will try to just pop off those nano swarms before they get into it. Even another molly toss by the side of Courage to stop them from getting in the first place. Come out from market, which is going to be Vera, getting over to the side of the back, and the rest of them are getting swiftly into the side. But they do have another contender in there. It's going to be the XN. Oh, close enough. Playing a ring around the rose, even finally shut down on the spike planter. Spikes on the ground. A go is getting on those at the back line. Workshop done. Down to only 2 players at a cost. Vera still there.
Oh, yeah, last man is going to be our dear friend. Our dear friend Ego is at the boathouse as well. Tries to hold down the line. Lockdown, offensive lockdown is also going to be committed as well. So they have to try to take this point through the ball. He gets blocked through, but barely gets through. Spotted out Ego with the classic in hand. We'll finally finish him off. And BBP finally clawing their way back from defeat.
I love that. I love how he just plays that cosmic divide. Exactly where at the line where Egoist was standing. It's like exactly next to it. And lucky enough, they didn't actually use a knife. I love that.
Technically, if Egoist stand a little bit closer to the left side, I think he could have delayed. He could have literally physically delayed Josh from pushing in fast enough as well.
True.
Because Josh pushed through, like, Egoist had the idea where he was positioning, but when Josh pushed through, he still has enough visibility to spot, to see where Egoist is there, then he can properly adjust that crosshair.
Maybe due to the, you know, insecurity of not knowing where the other player was just now.
Oh no, he's standing there because he knows full well. He wants to try to lure out that 1v1. But he just sent 2 left enough. But of course, beautiful transitioning. Shun making that Vandal sing. Of course, Invoke joining in the orchestral symphony. Egoist, last man. BBP giving their all to ensure that this game is not a simple one to win. Last man standing in a 1v5 scenario here. There's still time. There's still 57 seconds here, Choo Choo.
But you know for a fact that 57 seconds give you so much space for the other teams to hunt you down. But here comes them. Egoist shutting on down the accent down, but never mind. Cairo finish off the job with those blades of Prefs coming in. And they got the null command online for the next round. 11-10. One more for them to actually go for an OT. They can actually pull this off with Cairo's null command not being dropped yet. Same goes for DX and lockdown. But Thames definitely would not use the Hunter's Furies until the XN actually plays those lockdown at first.
This is very scary because right now, if XN were to lose this round, they're gonna go next round broke. This is the pretty much this is the lose round bonus for XN.
Yeah.
And they also had decent amount of savings, so they're able to go through here. So like you said, all or nothing. This is what they need. They need to deliver. If not, BBP is gonna be able to equalize the score line here.
Same goes for Invoke. He's willing to invest on another operator, shutting down on the crazy Vera just now.
Oh, that's what I call the grand opening of a store, and Shun, that's such an overextension, paid such dividends to pick up another members. Suddenly out of the blue, X10. running out of option and odds here. They've odds against them here. They really need to try to get this pick. And Cairo playing at a very cheeky angle. But of course, the top with the utility assistance. They will get the frag. They will secure the round. And BBP equalize the scoreline. And guess what, Choo-Choo?
Flawless.
Not only is it flawless, like I said, completely, Accent is completely almost broke at this point here. And they have to force commit this buys, because if not, BBP would potentially get a free match point if not.
It's 3 consecutive rounds of loss for the side of Accent, and they won in a straight line previously. After BBP start to get themselves in the hands of those operators, slowly but surely, even though they were kind of in a trouble to keep those operators in hand for a straight game. But you saw the moment they shut down on Vera, there's nothing, there's no sort of a force for them to fear coming up from BBP. Vera's the one that actually obliterate every single person the moment he jumps into and dash into those sites. So if they lost that factor coming up from X10 to just clear those sites in the first place, it's pretty difficult for Wayne and Rico to pull that one off as well.
I actually have to back the differ for that one, because while yes, that is usually the standard strategy, but in that scenario, it was more just repositioning of members here, because usually when they get forced back, they usually play at the back of side, usually coming from BBP. This time, with a little bit more confidence of the fact that there's no Egoist or Vera, they stand a little bit more forward here, playing around with the utility plays of the gravity well, and even with the fragment combination as well. And that's why you just see Cairo and Josh absolutely sending all members, the remaining members, the 3 members of X10, into an absolute blender of a grinder. Really grinding them down to dust here.
Broken by, they went for the sort of X10 with the Blaze Storm. Wayne even teleport an unconventional space up there. Take it on Shun. Now that's huge coming up from their side, because Shun, the only one, can actually finish off a lockdown if Egoist can max out those orbs in this within a few seconds more. Tams getting into the site is pretty much clear for them. Straight closing those doors, but those have inside. Cairo will be dropped down, but he got himself a null command, so everybody is being suppressed right now. Leaving Invoke and Dax and left. Invoke still got those operators working, but can they have a glimpse of their positions as they place themselves in Hell and Main, and the accent picked out, leaving with the Invoke. Now this is a dangerous game for them. Look at that.
Whispering it down in Invoke, and they know Invoke has an operator. There's no way they can try to contest it. They're fine with whatever positioning, but of course, ideally, they can force the draw. That'd be great. But Invoke, unbelievably, gets the no scope with the operator, fires him with the shorty. I thought there was a chance.
There was a chance. Redco was pretty much less than half HP there. If only it was the head being pumped up with those pump guns, I think he actually did have a shot. But speaking of the final round, that was pretty much all or nothing for X10. Same goes for BBP, but at least they still have some reserve to work things through. But for the sort of X10, if they don't close things on, it's going to be going into OT. Here comes the Odin's out. Look at the Sova with Odin's. It means serious business here, buddy.
I mean, definitely for sure. They're really going all in with it. So remember, they do have the defensive lockdown for the retake if necessary, and the Hunter's Fury to try to buy some form of time. Not much ultimates left available. Invoke, however, is one ultimate away or frag to get that Blade Storm. I think that's pretty much why they're here, sort of positioning themselves towards that B side to try to go for this pick with that operator. It finds no one, that's a free orb and a free ultimate for him to use, a high execution ultimate. Hunter's Fury also coming to try to force them out to buy the necessary amount of time. Tries to see if he can get lucky, but he did get some decent amount of tags. He managed to connect on Thames and recover the process.
Just a tiny bit, 30 HP down for both of the players here. But on the meantime, they're still going to go for the rush in A. But those one-way smoke really makes them contemplating whether they are doing the right decision. A bit of a flash down, but a bit too late as Curry just want to toss Reiko finish him off. Josh, Rewinery got just pumped down on the rest of X10, but Tams and Farah make sure they redeem the rest of the team. Dax and again remain with Invoke once more. The same sort of condition like we witnessed before.
Oh, they do have the operator. Invoke needs to find one member at a time. He knows he has to play stop. He needs to connect him, but no!
The Odins!
He makes it sing. He makes it ring across the halls of Valhalla. The Odin bring absolute victory in the last round. And by the way, that was the very first introduction of the Odin in that very map itself. No one bought the Odin.
I think somebody did, right?
No, I don't think so. Everyone has always been sticking with the rifles operators and probably a couple of bullpups.
For this series, yeah.
No, not for this. Yeah, for that map. In that round, that entire map of Ascend on attacking and defending side.
You mean for this? Or do you mention about the entire playoffs?
No, just for the map. That round.
Oh, yeah. When it comes to that
what
round,
are you
yes.
talking about?
I thought it's like, are you talking about the entire VCT or is it just this map?
No,
and
for the
Ascend?
entire map of
yes, I
Ascend
agree.
just now.
That's why I mentioned
that was the first Odin.
That's why I mentioned the moment you saw it's over with an Odin, you know things going to get really dicey for the team that actually not having an Odin on their side. Even though we saw Invoke got himself the Bladestorm, but it just couldn't compare with those Odins.
I mean, technically, usually Odin and Sovas is usually on the B side, right? So that's why this one was a little bit more prominent, right? Because of the fact that he's using on the attacking side.
It's like
and
playing over with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly right. He's like a mobile sentry. He's literally saying like, Invoke, you can fly how high you want. I'm just gonna mow you down like the end. He's literally an AA gun at that point. An anti-air gun.
And not just that, that was a bit of a chance where he actually will be finished off by the Bladestorm. If I'm not mistaken, he left with what 25 HP at that point.
That's why I was saying like it was so important, so crucial, so pivotal for Vera to win out that fight with Invoke. But sadly, the high ground advantage and the operator hand and distances, of course, he has the better part of that trade. But of course, throughout this entire round, really close round, really came down. It didn't come down to utility placements or execution. It mostly just came down to individual skill play. Which player could get the most objective kills out of the round?
Look at that. You're trying to jump? No.
Oh, yeah.
70%.
Sometimes even just screaming, he's just like laughing, just like...
It's like, I don't even try to aim with this thing.
You know, honestly, if I was in Tem's show, I'd probably be just screaming, right? Because usually when I use the Odin and I spray at somebody, right? Especially if I get multi-kills, I'm usually just screaming out like, dance for me, dance!
You evil guy.
But of course, X10 wins out on their map, pick on the map of Ascend here. It's going to be a 13-11 scoreline, a lot more closer than it's supposed to be here.
It is Ascend.
But it is something somewhere along our estimation as well. So pretty great game so far.
But both, Invoke, if you compare Invoke and Vera, it's two different gameplay of Jet entirely. You saw how Invoke is really excellent, brilliant even with those one-shots of Operator, even with the Bladestorm. While compared to Vera, he's more towards, the one that actually go crazy and bizarre, playing just going all in those sites. They're very different, even though it's the same agent.
I mean, if you talk about mobility, sure, Vera is definitely on top of the charts for that one. But I think when it comes to a little bit more frontal with the assaults, right, for those peak battles, I feel Invoke was a little bit more, especially when on that defending side.
Yeah.
I feel Invoke was a little bit more frontal with that one.
I agree. And when it comes to the MVP, we have to give it to Vera. You said how he can be on a Bismuth, just super scary. I agree on that. But when it comes to pick for those, dry picks, definitely we have to give it. I definitely give it to a side of Invoke. But Vera, he did so much work on the second half.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I mean, because a lot of things was on the line. Because like I said, when they picked the side which they wanted, when they got the side which they wanted, they didn't expect to get that kind of scoreline. Like it was, it wasn't really in the plan here. So like I said, everyone had to step up when you go into the second half. Because like I said, they understand what's need to keep themselves alive in this series because they won to go to that ascension. Same goes for BPP. They both teams gave their all here. But of course, it's not over just yet. We still have potentially one more game, or even the deciding map as well to decide which of these two great teams survives and move forward towards the lower brackets.
But before that, we're going to head into the break for a bit. See you guys after this.
Wagwan, I'm Rico and I'm from X10 Esports. A little bit of myself is that I play Flex for my team, meaning I play all the Flash initiators. We have good vibes in the team. Most of our personalities are like clowns and most of us just laugh almost every single round during scrims. So as y'all know, I was the IGL in Louvre and now I'm the IGL in X10. Our recent IGL got benched, and I was told that I became the IGL of Extend by Thames and Vera. I'm actually excited for this opportunity because I get to bring a whole new dynamic to the team, and I could combine my playstyle with theirs, which will make it a lot more interesting for you guys to see. So everyone knows Extend as the Masters winner, and us representing them will mean that there's a lot of pressure built on us. And that's one thing that I'm excited about, to actually show the world what we can do. So a little funny story about Extend is that I used to trash talk them in the previous segment. I said that they'll lose to us the 11th time, but I actually lost to them. And to prevent the 12th time from losing to them, I kind of joined them. You know what they say, if you can't beat them, join them? That's me. As an IGL myself, I don't have expectations for the team because I feel like having expectations would mean that you put a lot of stress on yourself. I just want my team to do their best and actually do what we practice in scrims. That's good enough for me. Kizuna, you guys think taking 2 players from Alvia will help you guys win something? Don't forget Bryce, that I know your every move. I know how you cook. Shinsei, I know how you entry. I'll be in your heads when you guys are playing against us. Good luck with that, man.
Hi, I'm Wayne and I play the controller role for Extend Esports. Fun fact about Redco is that I used to play for his team for one LAN tournament and I played the worst series of my life, dropping single digits on both maps, and after that I got dropped from his team. So now, being given the second chance to play for Extend Esports alongside with Redco, I hope to not disappoint him again. Fun fact about Egoist is that I used to watch him play professionally during the early stages of the VALORANT Pro scene, and now being given the chance to play with him on Extend feels like a dream come true. I would like to be remembered for being the Marco of the MYSG region, a controller whom my team can rely on to win their gunfights.
Hi, my name is Javier. My IGN is Egoist and I play the Sentinel role for Extend Esports. I feel that Rain is a very good duelist player from the few times I've met him in ranked, and I think that him transitioning from the duelist role to the smoker role, he'll be as good as DRX Marco. I would describe the team as a bunch of noobs because they always leave me alone at the other side on defense, and on attack they will also always leave me alone and they will only tell me to join them when they need me, and thus I feel very lonely.
Hi, I'm Vera from Extend and I play the duelist role.
One fun fact about Thames is that he's the noisiest in the team and always says random stuff. However, he's also the one that enlightens us when in every scrim and tournaments we play, when the mood is down. In a critical moment, I shut off my brain and focus fully on aiming.
Hi, my name is Thames and I'm playing the initiator role for Extend Esports. When Vera turns on autopilots, either he dies or everybody else dies. I would say the most played team would be Kizuna because they have the Gordon Ramsay of Singapore, Bryce.
They're going to try to line up and scary repositions. One usually 1, 2, 3.
We'll see what they
A ranked game right now. Over here, Styron potentially even an ace
into the Cosmic Divide. Deny vision, but it's
What Teo Teo Teo, they already breach up onto A.
spray. Is there gonna be more? Goes for real. That's more. Is it?
Larry, Popsos gets a hit, gets one more. Larry with 3.
Will they say goodbye now for BBP, or will they finally say hello when it comes to the third game or not? It depends on now. We're back for our VCT, which is going to be MYG Split 2 with me, Choo and Yodo Lee, and feeling great after that map just now, which is going to hop onto the next one, which is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Haven.
Yep, it's definitely going to be back on the map of Haven, one of the original, the OG.
A lot of OGs in this series right now.
Yeah, pretty much, yes. But in particular, Haven, like I think Haven was one of the few things that actually blew everyone's mind in the first place, right? Because like in our traditional FPS gameplays, right, it's the very first time we actually had 3 bombs. We had 3 like bomb size.
I love it. I love that.
And I feel like it can get really crazy within the round, because usually if you have 2, you lose 1 member, that's fine. You split 2 for the defenders, right? Like it has a safe and fair amount. But now when you have 3, you'll be like, okay, there's a lot more priority. good positioning as well. Someone's going to be playing around the mid, someone's going to be playing around connectors or garage. Going to be pretty proactive around the maps here as well. That's why we see a little bit more some aggressive defenders sometimes who are willing to really push out, especially from the middle area here, or sometimes from the A long side. C long, I feel like it really depends on the situation when you get a little bit more intel here, because sometimes you push out C long and you'll be like, oh.
It depends on agents really for me for C long.
Right? That kind of thing.
It's very agent dependable. But speaking of the map, next is going to be Haven, we mentioned before, and it's X10 selection of map. Previous one was BVP.
Which I need to apologize, because I actually said that it was the first, towards the end, I actually said it was X10's map pick, but apparently I had to apologize. It's not the one.
That's what I mentioned earlier before, because X10 knows exactly the strength of each of those maps. Like he knows defenders is pretty strong. They pick on defender's side. And this one, they pick on attacker's side, knowing that Haven, because of how vast, how big the map is, and how many sides these guys have to defend on, is definitely on the attacking side of a map. And when it comes to so far, we do have almost mirror again, with only the controllers as the one that will be different between two teams, which are going to be none other than the Omen and sort of Astra. I do prefer Astra for the best controller there is. I think Nebula Smoke do have longer smoke than the rest of the other agents.
It's also a little bit of a swap as well, because like previously on the map was sent, it was actually Wayne with the Omen and Josh with the Astra. So a little bit of switch out between the agents between the two here is pretty interesting. I'm happy with the fact that we're actually still seeing the breach here, because you still can't. There's just a lot of things that Breach actually does provide in terms of utility kit you just cannot deny, especially on the map of Haven here. Standard, of course, standard duelist is still going to be the Jet. There are times where we see Reyna being subbed in, because the map, the bomb site is actually pretty wide open, and the Lero actually has a really good cover of circumference on the entire map, in the entire area as well. So it's actually a pretty good area flash if they want to bring Reyna into the round here. But I think, like what we discussed in this on the first map of Haven, I think these two teams, or the duelists in particular, really want to utilize this explosive agility and mobility that the Jet provides for both sides.
I agree. And speaking of Jets, we saw how they can actually perform, both teams, with Invoke strong in the factor of picking and dry picking and getting on one shot at a time with those picks, especially when he has himself those operators to work. But on the side of Vera, when it comes to his own beast mode, he definitely has nobody to stop him from getting into the site. Now, we're talking about Haven, and he knows exactly how to do this. Back to the side of Josh. Yeah, he's going to play Omen, and Shun is really, I'm loving his Sova. Here comes Vera, trying to force into a B side, going for outdraft, didn't land himself on the top of those boxes due to the stun just now, but Ego is just waiting for somebody to push from the back. Radko, they planted. That was a swift plant.
Which is fine. They have the postman scenario as well, trying to force them back to buy the necessary amount of time. They also have decent amount of angles, and they know there's not much utilities coming from the side here for BBP. Now just need to run down the clock, get some picks, get some kills, and it's literally going knocking on the door.
Oh, I love
pushing off Shun. But the best about this, Chuchu, was that how synchronized the position. It feels like I'm in that SWAT team of a scenario, because they literally had 3 members focused to get it towards the B side, while both Egoist and Wayne left behind to be anchor guard, to be rear guards, and already anticipating someone might be pushing for the long side, particularly towards that A side, which has been quite common.
Yeah, I agree. I love how they place themselves in such a secure manner that nobody can think of they might go for B in the first place. And now they switch things up to his A this time with, again, as Egoist will be put up at the back line, but Vera is a monster. With this brace, he take it into his advantage. He just go screaming out in the front into Graffiti, and now shut it down, making it almost a 4. But Redco with the crossfire position shut down on Josh. They are waiting for the spike to reach there and just tossing over to the other side. Now left with the XN. Now the XN is nothing off to lose. He's still on the pistol round for them. But can he get himself some consolation? That was a swift entry from Vera. That was incredible play.
I don't think he's going to be able to get any form of consolation unless they actually walk right into it, if you know what I mean. But other than that, like what you mentioned, yes, a very swift entry coming from Vera. Quite the opening. Oh
my God!
Like I said, well, as long as someone walk right into it. But of course, Eagles does return the favor. But I might be overstating or might be overhyping it. But I felt like the timing of Wayne's dropping down that Nebula, right, did aid Vera in that scenario because it did came down to a 1v2 between him against both Josh and Cairo. Like he with the Nebula timing literally isolated Josh, so he couldn't really assist Cairo at all. But like I said, I could be overthinking it because like that smoke placement from the entrance of connector and on top of heaven is usually like standard smoke placement here. So I might be overhyping it, but
no, not really. I think it's perfect timing for him as well.
Right.
Maybe it's just something that, you know, perfect instincts, perfect timing is something that you can never call it. And maybe a coincidence, yes, but when it comes to perfect timing, call it whatever you want as long as he got himself a big win. Redco tried to get into garage, but never mind. Tried to secure their placement into B again, but this time being stopped by Aftershock as well. Now they have to pull back all the way, thinking of where to go. Invoke on the other end, start to lurking at the back line. If they're not being careful, it can be the bait!
No way! Unbelievable! Invoke had the opportunity first, but of course, straight away after the onslaught, it doesn't end there. More chaos, bringing shooting, and Vera doesn't care, no armor, no matter. But Josh got the audio cue. He already suspected it, and of course, will answer against it. Still survives, gets the second hit for it. Now suddenly the round feels viable now for that 2v4. Josh keeping the round alive. Wayne trying to sing for the back line, but Josh pulls through! An absolute ambience of the shadow. Josh himself brought the team back from that kind of disparity.
Okay, we're just gonna recap that. Josh, he was swinging over updraft of Vera just now in an instant. Not just that, that was the same angle. Same angle, he shot everybody down. Redco even saw the paranoia came out from that certain place.
That's what I'm saying. It's literally him just reading the scenario. He heard the updraft audio cue, straight reset, readjust his crosshair. The rest of the players here, he just ensured all of those fights ended up in a 1v1 duel. Absolutely impeccable. It was a 2v4 and they brought it back. More like a 1v4 because I feel DX didn't do anything in that round.
Josh is on fire! Now Vera trying to make another dash in, but got hit the paranoia, have to hold himself for a bit more, but the Blaze Storm will go down in a second now. They said, never mind. Vera still gonna go for updraft, pull back all the way. Invoke, that was really a debacle just now. Like Invoke, he actually see them first, but he definitely don't want to pick with those Judge and those pump guns to work. It will never work in this distance, but for the side of X10, they're taking their own sweet time, going in with the fault line while Wayne reposition all those smokes up. Ego is on there, then coming up from sewer. Here it comes. Josh again.
An absolute menace. Constantly just keeps repositioning himself to not make him an easy target here.
So good.
Unsure where he exactly is. And then, of course, Cairo, body system, absolutely solid. Now it's going to be set here because he really want to try get that spine. Trying to get that spine planted down. But, of course, Redco isolating the rest of the team here, ensuring that the reinforcement isn't going to be coming in full swing. Trying to set up for the fault line, not going to be able to connect at all. Josh finally falling prey to the hands here, but Cairo comes in with the revenge firing line, and Vera's going to be the one to be delivering the final nail in the coffin here in X10.
They won, but feels like they lost due to how many men went down on Josh's hand just now. Incredible play for him to got over A-side multiple times in a row. But on the side of X10, there was almost a loss, but it was definitely a clear win for them, but not as they hope it would be. They got themselves a rolling thunder. Both teams actually do have. So I'm not surprised if both of them dropping those rolling thunder at the same time. But the question is, do they want to commit into A again? They do left Ego is to going lurk around C if needed to.
Whoa.
Vera.
I felt DX had just succumbed to his fate because he just got hit by the fall line.
No!
Beautiful opportunity. Perfectly lined up for Vera.
He wants the ace.
Last man standing is involved. I think Thames knows.
He wants the ace.
But he can't steal it. Will he take it? Oh no. My god. Completely lost sight. But he's not going to go for the kill. He wants to give the ace.
Why are you running?
He wants to give the ace. No one is willing to kill. Oh, no choice. Eagles had to give it.
They know. It was like looking at him going on a marathon.
Egoist had to take it. He just refused to die. He just absolutely refused to die. And Vera, what a beautiful opportunity as they all lined up perfectly for him.
Oh, man.
An absolute menace of a man, if given the chance. Dude, Vera just got away with daylight robbery. He just absolutely...
It's not been punished for the crime as well.
He just painted the field with all their blood, man. My God.
So much fun to watch this one. On the side of VVP, they're being cornered left, right, center. Even if they are defending, it feels like these guys know nothing about taking a break. Invoke down to 24 HP due to just a dry picking. A rolling thunder now even being dropped, stunned, running, and barely survive. Back to the side of Ego is taking out the back line just in case anybody tried to push from the back or and around C-Long. But around the CT side spawn, Invoke now rushing in. Dash, finish on Vera. Bush, a bit of a trade where Tam's taking on Invoke.
Oh, they're doing whatever they can to buy the time. By Josh and the rest of the squad for BBP, unfazed, willing to take the challenge head on. And Vayne, last one standing. Sadly, Lot doesn't look to be able to find anyone.
Oh, they grabbed it well.
Trying to force out the gravity while he still has a few more. He's trying to phase him out and instantly win. Could he be the hero of the day? But no, the accent finally shuts him down.
Imagine if I died.
The accent has been pretty quiet for the past 2 rounds, but at least now he makes that final shot more prominent than the last.
My ultimate
Close enough on the side of Vayne just now. If they're actually trying to, you know, play around the time, they can actually win that round. But that's what was needed for BBP. After such a long, you know, a long loss for them, 2 rounds in a row, if they lost a third just now, it will definitely break them when it comes to their banks and economy.
The thing is, I feel like they actually decided to take that challenge of a pick mainly because of the fact that there's still quite substantial amount of players from BBP side still alive.
True.
So I think they really
was a 3v1 if I'm not mistaken.
Before the 3v1, I think it was like a 4v4 kind of scenario.
4v2. I think it was 4v2.
Not really a 2 yet. They still had quite a few members alive. But it ended up whittling down to a 1v3 in the end.
Here comes again for A. They want to do a rinse and repeat what they did early on. But now they're more prepared for BBP. DX and down to 10 HP. But he's willing to trade for more. Vera will be shut down and stopped here. Ray cutting it out on Invoke while Pyro trying to actually secure the side with the rest of the team now joins in inside of A. Will they pull back for X10? They'll be forced to, but right now they're stuck in the corner.
You know, I like to take back my statement when I said DXN was a little bit too quiet. Sadly, no, he just makes this so loud and clear. My God. This makes it hurt. Ball line trying to clear it up. Nice defensive Dark Cloud. I love it. He tried to buy some time for Kyra to reset himself despite by hitting the fault line. I mean, he did die in the end.
They think they're so...
But at least they managed to retaliate back. Well done. Actually, no, wait. Actually, no, sorry. He didn't kill Kyra. My God, he actually still alive.
Yeah. They both did stay alive.
Oh,
even though
that's
Kyra was
crazy.
so close of dying just now. Lucky enough, those stuns and the black smoke coming up from Josh did make such a favor to the side of Cairo. But on the side of X10 here, they'll go for half shield mostly, and with their rifles and 1 Guardian on the side of Redco, and that's it. But on the side of BBP, this is where they can and definitely will win. Hunter's Fury greeted out by the side of Tams. I'm surprised he's using this way so early, as they still have those lockdowns on the side of the XN here.
Unfortunately, because BBP tried to read the scenario, they thought like because since XN has not found success on the side of A 2 rounds in a row, they thought they would try to deviate their plan and go hit for another side. Unfortunately, that's going to allow X10 to really enter the side with the least of resistance. But here comes the defensive lockdown. We'll be able to force them back, but not too far behind. They're still in line of sight with the spike. And Vera playing nice and close with the shorty. He's able to get a nice drop on his counterpart. Cosmic Divide ended up playing in their favor here as he slowly mowed them down 1 by 1. Almost 4 magically at the same time. A simultaneous takedown from each angle. Well done from BBP with the retake here. They didn't really expect it, and neither did I.
I mean, like, I expected that at the moment they use that lockdown and nothing to stop it, even though they drop themselves those Cosmic Divine, but I don't know, I feel like it's a bit too deep just now. It might actually can have a bit more space for them. But it's just, it is what it is. On the side of BBP, they start to gain their momentum and definitely can read whatever they have to offer for the side of X10 if they happen to be in A again. So they have to change their strategy. As BBP reading them up like a book for now. They're adjusting, definitely. BBP is fast learner, definitely. B again, possibly. But look at the alarm board. The Nano Swarm is there. They want to dash in. It's not an easy feat. Spotted out Cairo. Clip down half.
Almost got him with the pick. The shot down did manage to clear the Nanosaur from the spike plant position as well. They want to try to take the attempt. But taking it nice and slow. Like remember, X10 doesn't mind playing this the long run. And there you go, it was able to find a beautiful pickup from Cairo. That's definitely going to be making this a lot more comfortable, since now they only have to worry about is the paranoia here. That's going to be the only thing that's disrupting them. The rest of the team's really trying to make strides, and Thames, ever so patient for the double doors, will be able to find his prime target here, and Wayne making ways from the C-long, but not for too long.
No.
And then Volt was able to get a second frag before he and the third in the process here. Could he try to get the ace? And he's trying to look for it as well, as he jazz through with a classic in hand, trying to make full use of the situation. But we'll find absolutely no one. Egoist stands tall, finds Invoke for the core, and finally gets the ace he was looking for. And with their ace in hand, BBP will be taking that lead.
You know, it's funny, and the irony of Vera not managed to score any ace just now and try to chase Invoke for the ace previously, but Invoke the one who delivers. And I love just now, I have to give it to Josh. Because of Josh himself, now Axton will call that timeout. Definitely they need that after 4 rounds in a row they lost in this first half just now, but I have to give credit to Josh. You saw how fast he reacted with those smokes before. When they were in B, straight away he put up the covers with the smoke. It's so important for Josh to make sure that Axton have a bit of intimidation and not just that, a bit of that insecurity to get into the site in the first place. The moment he saw B side, and so many people are trying to switch over to a sort of garage, straight away he put not exactly around the garage. It's just right, not really a one side, but that smoke bought them so much space and covered so much for Invoke to get that ace. And because of that smoke as well, they can't see anybody come up around that log area. That was so crucial.
I mean, while yes, the smoke did allow them to really try to funnel towards the other side of the box instead.
Yeah, true.
I mean, they did try to take the risk to shoot the smoke itself, but I don't think they would. What really denied them the chance was just Invoke. He just played around. He just go ring around already like a VALORANT scurrying around in the ship as well. They couldn't lash their hands on him at all.
Comes another attempt in A. Known for a fact, it's quite difficult for Accent for C just now. But this time, they cannot go as fast or trying to rush into A side as they did previously. Now, alternating to a side of C instead, and maybe even B if they need to. It's a bit tough for them to get a security of face plant in B. Going into side of garage with red coat to the HP down. Egoist, open up the space towards the side of garage. Open up Nebulous smokes, definitely. They have nobody inside of a window, but here comes the rush to a side of A. Even the rolling truck being dropped like it's big and like it's hot. Egoist, as per usual, delivers. Open up the lockdown, even plant over with the post plant. All they need to do is just wait while Invoke again make his wonderful work with those rivals.
Definitely keeping it aware. Egoist and Rico was a little bit down under in terms of the health department as well. Can't really take that fight head on, but it's this way Vera has to pull a little bit more weight for the team here. As Egoist and Rico can't simply pick too much here. Vera finds the opportunity, removes the threat at hand. Last man is going to be Shun, but there's no way he can actually take back this round.
He knows.
Maybe a couple of exit frags. He will definitely fight Rico in the process, but Vera will definitely get that sweet revenge for taking down his teammate here. And X10 finally, after the technical timeout, equalizing the scoreline.
I love this. A neck to neck between BBP and X10 again, just like how they did in the first map just now. And this is where it has their mental fortitude, right? Whether you will break it or you make it. And this guys, it's a lot. This is literally, they're putting their life on it because it's going to be really tough for BBP. If they lost this game in that set, it's going to be a goodbye for them.
Definitely for sure. I saw Thames with the Odin in hand. I think he actually sold the back on to get the Vandal. A little bit too early. I think Thames was was telling himself a little bit too early to get that Odin. Maybe later. That's like the victory gun, you know. But of course, look at how spread out BB is trying to do as they overextend themselves out from the C long and A long. They're getting a lot of intel, allowing the teams to literally converge towards the B connectors here because they know exactly where they are. However, Wayne was able to intercept Josh, and it gives them a lot of confidence on the fact that, hey, this is the guy who pushed out for C long. That just means there should be only one player to the C side, but DXN slows down their pursuit with the Guardian in hand. But Thames already making his way into the side to shut them down, and Ego is there to solidify their positioning.
It's down to 2 players. It's quite difficult for the side of BBP to hold their ground. They're down to 1. Now, can Shin do it again? Left alone to fight against 4 players of X10. That's it. They even got themselves a plan, extra $300 for them. And just now I saw Dex, and the only one were rushing into sightsee as fast as he can. He's the closest round, and not just that, at least he got a bit of a trade, but Thames, I have to give it to him. That shot, that followed by his one tap of that rifle was perfectly executed, DXN, in a very flashy manner.
Well, this is also the last round. X10, Vera picking up the operator hand. If things requires him to get a little bit nice and closer, there is still the Blade Storm too.
An operator this time.
Fortunately for Thames, he's just only 1 frag and an ultimate orb away to get that Hunter's Fury. That will be great for the post plan as well. But for now, the scenario is a little bit dicey. Invoke with the Blade Storm, he also has his own personal ultimate. And now they're batting all their cars and ships in the pot. That it might be in an A attempt. And if they're lucky enough, they can actually try to get to 1 or 2 players. And that will be quite beneficial for the defender side.
Vera missed it. There's going to be 1 Invoke waiting with a Blade Storm.
Oh no, he doesn't
If
suspect.
he's not looking at the corner, it's going to be a problem.
He doesn't suspect it at all.
Oh, he knows.
Funny he does.
Rekko's got him covered. What a support from Rekko at the same time. I'm loving how they work as synchronized as possible with Vera. Just 11 HP. Josh!
No way!
As always!
An absolute reaper on his AE side. He has done it once, he's done it twice. Wouldn't be surprised if he did it for the 3rd time. And with 66, oh my god, that's a Dallas number. Well, not 666, but then again, pretty close.
Oh, they score 6 for now for X10. So make it 666 for now.
Oh, but Ego is playing with the high ground from the heaven here. Can he get the frag? No, Sally. Finally, Thames removes the menace. As the Demon Hunter finally falls, as the Devil finally falls.
He heard it just
DXN
now.
last man standing, spotted the elbow against the tag. Ego is confident with the spray. Doesn't mind for the trade. As long as X10 takes the win away. And that's going to be a 75 scoreline here.
Switching sides.
Now, the moment we heard coming out from the side of DX and running over in the long area, definitely that's why they planted over the other side of the box instead. They were anticipating coming out from A long all day long. But that was a close one. Josh, A was his lair. He's definitely capitalizing and dominating over that side. We have to give it to Josh. But when it comes to attacker, can he actually do what he did well on defender side?
I think it's going to be a little bit different because he has a little bit more responsibility now since the fact that he has to really set up the smokes, got to time the paranoid to literally assist Invoke as he's going to be really diving into the site as well. So I think like he's definitely going to be the 3rd person into the side, but of course a fresh new round. This is going to be the highlights as well, what happened to the first half. But seriously, it has been pretty crazy as well.
Oh, I mean, like for me personally, Vera as a start, it feels like still got the remnants of the previous map, Adrenaline Rush, into this map. Drag into it even with that kind of fast entry all day long. But the moment he got stopped is where Josh started to dominate over A side. It's so difficult for Vera to pull it off again. But inside of Invoke, that ace definitely lives down into history and into the highlights. And this is...
Ego had no choice. He was like, I'm pretty sure he's on the column saying like, Vera, I love you, buddy, but I don't want to die.
I need my gun. I love my gun.
I don't want to rebuy. The economy's not so great on my side.
Oh, this is instinct at his best. Yes, he definitely spotted him out in the pixel. Very small pixel. But to know exactly to track him down as clean as that was incredible by Invoke. We thought they were disrespecting just now. But Redco was there to support for the side of Vera as well. It's just incredible combo between these two guys. Loving this. Today's series has been incredible, man.
I mean, of course, that's why I say I really like the lower bracket, not because we had to say goodbye, but mainly because of the fact that you definitely can see that the team will be fighting with all their hearts and soul here, because
the thirst to win.
There is no second chance here. It's
true.
If you don't give your all now, then when will you be giving it? Because it'll be all too late.
And it's do or die, really, literally, and not really in real life, but in the game.
I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be real life as well, because there's no more major Valorant tournaments after this here.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
There is the community one for sure.
Yeah, but it's not as.
It's literally Ascension and International now.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward for Ascension. Literally, like that's gonna be the best thing next after this. Coming up from Shun, a bit unique way to drop yourself a recon, something that could learn from for silver players.
Oh, yeah. Definitely making that Sheriff ring in the second half. First round, the second half, but of course, Cairo returns the favor. Gladly does it as well.
Thames waiting at the other end, have a bit of exchange there. There you go.
Spike down.
The spikes drop even, and that's going to be tough.
Are we in aim lab suddenly? Because
I feel like we are.
Everyone's just like landing like headshots suddenly in this pistol round.
Especially those sheriffs coming up from those both duelists.
But it does hurt a little bit for BBP. Since they're the attacking side, they lost their entry fragger, they lost their flasher. They do have their smoker, Josh. But they really need to clear out corners to really make things work here.
They have no clue who's inside A or not. They definitely have a lot of exchange of blood coming into A, but the rest of X10 start to lurk and lingers at the back end of A even. Whilst Egoist are gonna be at his post, but nobody being discovered by those recon bots for now. Axe and Wayne just opens up everything. The Nebula Smoke got a one headshot again and it's tapped. Oh, incredible. Shun, on the other hand, left with only 22 HP to fight against a crossfire.
No,
by one, close to losing that one.
Oh man, I like I told you before, Chichu, like all these professional players, right? A simple, and I mean like okay, maybe not simple, the tiniest pixel displacement, they will instantly react to it. That's just so crazy.
Have you seen how close these guys put their faces in front of their monitor?
Yeah.
They can see the pixel.
Oh yeah, I mean that was courtesy of Juicy, right? Like how close must you be to the screen? It's like not close enough. Oh man, but then again, that was a pretty close round. Like, despite X10 did win the pistol, I mean, it's always great to win the pistol round.
Yeah.
But the fact that
it set the tone for the team. That you have extra cash.
You lost 4 members to get that win. It's like crazy.
But at least they can land themselves with full armor for now. Maybe half some of them. But
no!
Vera, he didn't die.
Oh, he didn't get punished hard enough for it. Hopefully there's a combat to bite them in the back, but that Marshall not landing as much as he can hope for, but he eventually does die. Rico, of course, dead to save the day, gets retaliated back for the flashpoint. Flash assist as Cairo makes his way, secures the side. Most 3 of the members here, the defenders, that comes under the 2v3, absolutely fresh with anti-eco weapons here.
Oh boy, Ego is coming up and they know exactly where they stand for the Axan here. They know it's going to be around hell. Heavens on the side of Wayne. Got clipped quite a bit, but Cairo waited exactly where they need them to be. Ego is still going against the Axan. A bit of a duel between these two guys. But the Axan delivers. Just now, the first contact was Vera.
The thing is, I think like most of the members was somewhat prepped. I think it was only the difference of Vera because of the fact that I think he saw once Evoke got really close and he spotted the Spectre hand, he's just like, oh god, they actually bought back, they actually forced the buy, which they can, since they actually managed to get the spike planted down, they do have enough income to buy those Spectres.
And not just that, his backdash was not even enough. Time for
like it's not even far enough.
Yeah.
But he still lived. Cairo got the kill though in the end. He was very confident with that flash assist.
What a rush again coming up from BBP. Multiple times they're doing the same thing. The same sort of a recipe, going for the pistol on the side of X10 is definitely a chance for them. to secure for BBP in this round. They got himself a lot of rifles along the side. Not just that, secure easily without breaking any sweat to go for the post plant.
Oh, DXN. No someone's at the corner, goes for the string, succeed, and Wayne was able to retaliate back. That's gonna be a nice freebie, but easily gets denied as Invoke and the rest of the squad is trying to prevent the aftershock, trying to force it right out of the open. Then go for ledges here. He's gonna be able to bounce back in through the window, trying to get through connector side. But Josh comes from the backline swing, but falls prey to the shotty in hand by EOS.
Enemy remaining.
One remains, but that's just not enough
No
time.
way.
Tem will try to get that exit frag and will die to the spike at least.
Hey, trying to secure himself a rifle. Managed to get on one and managed to dodge the views coming up from the side of BBP. Close enough. Hey, at least he secures himself a gun, a rifle, a phantom at that. Man, we might actually hit another tie here at 8-8.
There is the possibility, but they do manage to get back the rifles. Not the best of armor though, but that's totally fine with them. They do have the cosmic divide, that should aid them for quite a bit. But there is the rolling thunder, so I think they will try to prioritize the ultimate ult to get the Cairo if they can, or if the opportunity allows it.
Scanning ahead.
And so far, what has been displayed by BBP, they interesting recon, but they're always trying to go rush for the side instead, but Vera this time stopping them instead. They're going for their push from Axtan, not allowing them to go for the rush once more, because these guys are just relentless coming up from BBP. Vera forcing them with a triple down. Tam's taken out by Shun instead, forcing another at 5 HP. Why not?
Spike down A.
Why not, right? 5 HP in a dream, why not? He takes that challenge head on any time of the week. DXN last man, pretty hiding in this corner here. He was at least trying to get the frag out of this.
Can he get the ace finally? But with 5 HP, can he actually score it?
He's trying to scout him out first. I think if he gets the kill on Egoist, he might just get the intel necessary, and he will. Spots him out, knows exactly where he is. Gonna be running face planted to Wayne.
Denied.
No choice. Like I said, they just don't want to die.
Yep.
And remember, no, like I said, they're not in a position where they can really try to have reckless fun.
Yeah.
Like, they can have fun, but not reckless fun because of the fact that they're still in the lower bracket here.
True. And not just that, even the score is not that big of a gap just yet. Any time BBP can come back, it shows they displayed in the previous, or the first half of the day.
And look at poor Egoist. He has only 250 cash credits. Like, yeah, I mean, sure, they won the round. He's going to be able to buy back, but his bank is still is almost as dry as anything.
Again, once more, BBP trying to go for the rush inside of C this time, but they are prepared for the extent. Wayne replies with those nebula smoke, but the rolling thunder hits them quite hard.
Oh, they don't know Wayne is there. They don't know.
Oh,
okay, now they know.
Altus Fury didn't even clip any of his HP. But wait, Shun! No way! What a straight line was that?
Oh man, when you thought. This is just one of those scenarios where when you think everything's all right, this is when you should ask a question, whether is it really all right. But of course, Thames getting rid of his Shadow Half doesn't require him sending back to the Shadow Realm. That's going to be able to secure the round X10. Hitting the W score line first. And 2 rounds closer to that match point here.
That was ingenious smoke coming up from Wayne, by the way. You thought it's going to be a one-way smoke. It's sort of not really closing the entirety of C path at first. But it was actually just shielding over those behind them, those smokes at that certain angle that can have a clear spot and clear view who's jumping into C side at first. But it is what it is so far, leading 10-7 for Axtan. But BBP, can they close up the gap once more? Well, we look at Invoke trying to actually do a bit of a place, but Vera always hold this angle by himself multiple times by now.
It's just like what Vera said in one of those team videos, right? He's just like, you know, when the game is on, I shut my brain out, I just focus on aim entirely, able to react perfectly against Invoke here.
He saw it.
They lose the entry frag, unfortunately, but let's see if they can get a couple of more. An aggressive push coming from Eagles as he runs straight through the box, and the final clip, final bullet in the clip will seal the deal on Shun. My God. Absolutely relentless this man is in a way. On an absolute 10, will still fall here, but X10 They are currently one step closer to that match point, Chuchu.
Almost close enough to get a flawless round, but they definitely got himself quite a money in the bank with only one way to go down that round just now. But BBP, how do they reply to this? How do they want to go for this? This happened just now in the previous map. They were losing the momentum for back, but they catch up when it comes to 11 at the side of X10. They can do it. If they need to, this is the time.
Yeah, when the game's on the line, they're in their prime for sure.
As per usual, Vera always stands the same sort of corner here.
Which is fine. Because you need the best fragger for those peak angles for sure. Oh, managed to spot out Invo, playing a little bit defensive since Vera getting to get hit by the fall line. Recovered, reset, back in. Shun retaliates back, shuts him down. But Rekov is still in the side and still being a massive menace, but not for too long.
Oh, they caught one.
Now it's a 2v3 as Thames was able to get back with the reinforcement at the back of the line. Lockdown unnecessary as Thames was able to find its respective target one by one.
Look at how he casually swings over those flicks. He's not breaking any sweat. It looks like he's not putting in an effort at all with those 3 kills in an instant. I mean, like, they got shot down on Vera, but the problem is nobody spots out on Thames, and the spike was right across him as well. To retrieve that, that's going to be a lot of work to do. Now, down to only one more point to wrap things up, but BBP, we do know they still have this fighting spirit. Can they do it? Oh, close enough.
Very close as hell. If they lose Invoke in that situation, I think the round might have been a little bit more difficult. But they are now, as I just spoken as well, Invoke will be heading to bed relatively early, tucked in nice and tight, courtesy of Vera. It all comes down to 3 more members.
Oh, the paranoia.
It's been a long day here. Everyone's getting exhausted and that bed is looking absolutely tempting at the moment, and Vera's getting ready to send them all there.
Got himself a bit of a rush, adrenaline rush in top of Vera. He knows exactly, even though he got discovered by those drones, he doesn't care. Tams, on the other hand, tried to recover. His teammates lost. Redco being a bit of a trading. Josh got in, but he got pulled into gravity well. He got stunned instead. Josh and Shun to work things out against Vera, Egoist, and Wayne. It's going to be TV3 with Cosmic Divide in the hands of Wayne. But can they actually do this? Look at how Wayne is waiting at C because hoping for Josh to use his ult.
Oh, no, the crazy part about it is, yes, he does have the ult. He can try to go to pick up that spike. But I think he's going to take the spike. He can try to go for the plan. But the thing is, they're not planting it down because they want to try to divert as much attention. But then again, sadly, the smoke dies down. 1 remains, and of course, Egoist seals the deal. Ladies and gentlemen, X10 will live to fight for another series here in the lower bracket. But that also means we have to bid adieu to such a team such as Bikini Bottom Pratahouse. They had.
Oh no.
This is the painful part now, as we have to say goodbye.
No, can we pretend it never happened? Can we pretend they still have a league or something like that? You know, we're so used to the league, like we pretend it's still ongoing.
No, sadly, no more. This is gonna be their last run here. But of course, such an honor to have you, Teo Teo Teo, and Bikini Bottom Pratahouse for giving us such a good Valorant round. Because speaking of which, we're still not done with the conversation. There's still a lot of things to talk about. So what really went down in that final series here?
That's true. I mean, Josh definitely got himself a whole day highlight here. Definitely when it comes to this map.
He had an absolute field day. That man could not be moved. He just literally dig deep, planted his feet, and then just went for an absolute spray. Crazy. And I think this is the part where he really had this highlight hit. Read based on audio cues and just reacted accordingly. Absolutely crisp.
And the thing about Vera, he's been rinse and repeat doing the same thing when his defenders, when his attackers just keep pulling the same thing. This is one of the comical times. But yeah, even though they know exactly that he's on the defender side before, that he's going to pick out around the long area, it's going to be the same thing all over again. It's still unable for the side of VVV to shut him down.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Just individual skill play, right? This is just one of the few scenarios where, like, sure, a very sweet execution can be great, right? But if you had just like one guy that gets like multi-kills, right? Doesn't have to be an ace. you just get 2 or 3 kills, right? That just shuts things down or slows things down, almost killing the entire strategy indefinitely as well.
Oh.
That's pretty much how crucial it was for BBP and X10, right?
True.
Like if you notice towards the second half, they tried, when they go for swings or peaks, they always ensure they have a teammate nearby, which most of the time leads to like highlights like that we saw as it was perfectly lined up for them. But the idea was the fact that where if they swing together, if they were to die, their teammate is there to at least follow up to get their revenge trade at least.
Yeah, at least it's not sort of a anti-trade instead, and he got himself a bit of a redemption out of that. But this is just blind spray, man. That was a blind wallbang and a spray, and it cost them the entire thing.
Yeah.
13-7 BBP, they were doing all right in the first half, but they start to having a bit of a trouble when it comes to they are the one defending.
Yeah, it was a really quick switch.
Attacking the other side. Yeah, sorry.
The thing is this, right? It got really nice and close. I think it's definitely not the ideal scoreline that BBP wanted for the first half here, but they did manage to close it out to 7-5.
It was really close.
Yeah, it was. And then when it came to for the second half, that's where you see like Vera just pop off. He's just like, you know, he's like, hey, you know, I don't mind getting frags. Like, as long as I get 1 or 2 frags, I done my job. I done everything I can do.
Yeah.
Or even opening up the map is really crazy to me as well.
But if you compare with Josh, I love how he plays this one just now. But I also want to give it to Josh, not just that. During they were defending at first, how he was responding towards the side of X10 attacking in the first half. How he plays his smoke, that was the one that actually bought them so much time.
Yep.
I think I want to see him more in the future. I just want to see him more because he definitely one of my top Omen players, but when it comes to Vera, he's a beast. I'm like,
his ACS is higher than the last map as
blowing
well.
our minds. Incredible.
My God. I mean, like I said, he's a very young talent.
He's a
very
Vera.
phenomenal player as well. I'm really happy that such a team, such an organization like X10 actually picked them up in their roster. It's really great. So, and they're definitely not going to be they're definitely not regretting it at all. However, of course, they're still not out of the woods just yet.
True.
They're still in the lower bracket, not lower bracket finals. They still have another series before they get to the lower bracket finals. Then only they will fight for their spot for the grand finals itself.
So they definitely have to fight against, I think it's going to be Kizuna. Yeah, Kizuna is one of it. Yeah, they're fighting Kizuna next.
Not decided yet, actually.
It's Kizuna, right? Hello, guys. I just want to make things sure.
No, not Kizuna. Enigma Gaming.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Kizuna is up there. Sorry. I'm like, I get confused.
That's what I'm saying. It's not yet. Like.
Sorry, guys. Enigma Gaming that we casted early on. Yes. So the fact that they have to face Enigma Gaming for the side of X10. And this is going to be really interesting one. It feels like sort of a pre-grand finals. But it's so sad for me to see only one of these teams to make it in the grand finals.
I mean, that is the nature of the competition, Sally Chuchu. Only the best can be crowned and represent to go to Ascension here, okay? That's competition. We had no choice. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, bringing in the fine man himself is Rico for this fantastic and final interview for today. Rico, my friend, looking absolutely phenomenal as usual.
Thank you.
All right, so first things for Rico, how are you feeling, man?
I guess relieved. Not really happy, but relieved.
Why are you not happy?
I think winning the first round of lower bracket is just a stepping stone. And I don't think we should be like super happy that we're like out of the woods yet. We still got a lot of work to do, focusing on the next few games.
Now, speaking of you're not out of the wood, your next contender, which can be Enigma Gaming. I know, that laugh is just, oh, no, we're not done yet. So what are your thoughts about them right now? How about your team form right now? Do you think you guys can just wrap things up easily, or is just going to be a lot of battlefield down there?
I think for our current form, we are quite confident coming in. But at the same time, every team that is in playoffs right now, they deserve to be here. So as much as we're confident, I feel like they are too. So we'll just see who plays the best, I guess.
All right. So the thing is, Rickhoff, I've also been a little bit curious, right? I haven't really found the answer. Now I could get the answer from you, right? So I did notice, like, when it comes to like map vetoes for you and your team regarding for certain amount of teams, right? You don't really like have a staple picks for yourself, right? Is it when you're doing your map vetoes usually, is it usually just counter picking or just more like we're confident in what map we're going to be playing on? It's just a matter whether that team can play it or not.
You're asking them top secret questions right now.
I'm just curious, you know? Because everyone's been straightforward.
Yeah, to be very honest, I actually don't know what maps we're gonna play. Sometimes it's just my coach picking. Yeah, then like Wayne and I, we'll just be DMing while waiting for the map veto. So yeah, I myself, it's like quite a surprise for me, I guess.
So do you guys at least have a say about your maps then? Do you get to pick the maps at least for your players?
I mean, yeah, our coach do ask us like which maps we prefer and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's his decision, and we're more than prepared to play any map right now. So yeah.
All right, that's absolutely phenomenal, man. So anything?
Oh, of course. I mean, like, it was talking about, okay, I need to ask yesterday's game. I like to go back into history. Sorry, guys.
I'm so sorry, Rico.
I'm so sorry, Rico.
She likes to, you know, press the wound, you know.
Just keep pressing it because they won't actually have to face the wound again. Now, speaking of yesterday's performance, I'm sorry, but Redco, yesterday was so close. Do you really think that Bleed is just having a bad day, like how the coach said, or you guys are actually getting better? And what was the main reason that you're having a bit of a problem to close things up yesterday?
I guess it's more like what we experienced yesterday was just pressure, like ourselves, because at the end of the day, you're fighting for yourself also, right? And sometimes there are some situations where you feel more pressured to do. So like, let's say people overpicking or like someone being scared to take fight, stuff like that. So it's not more how they played it, but how we choked. It's just our fault in general. Yeah.
Right.
Basically, they are fighting their own enemy, just like how we are the previous team.
I mean,
it's the same issue for these teams.
I mean, we all have our own personal inner demons, right? So the thing is, Rico, I do have one final question. Actually, not really more final question. I think like I'm going to use this opportunity for you to give you a chance to give a little bit of love to your fans, or maybe at the same time a little bit of rant to the other teams, you know.
Yeah, trash talking. Go ahead.
I think, like I said, no trash talk. Everyone deserves to be here. I think all of us, we respect everyone here, and we don't take anyone like lightly.
And now
also, thank you. Yeah, thank you to everyone who supports us.
I'm one of your fans.
And now do you know why I said I love Egoist and him?
It's super nice, but I know that you guys are thinking otherwise inside, but it's okay, Redco. You are trash talking inside. I get it. It's okay. It's okay being nice today, but good luck, all the best for the next contender you're fighting against, which is going to be Enigma Gaming. We wish you all the best, and good luck for X10. Thank you so much for being with us for this interview. We wish you all the best, Redco, for your time and everything. See you guys in the next one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Love you, man. All right.
Oh, I'm so sad.
That pretty much concludes things for us here today as well.
No, I don't want to leave. Today's my last day.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, I should.
Oh, wow. Thanks for that, buddy.
I didn't know.
You know.
I always feel like there's always going to be another one, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's going to be another VCT for us.
It only starts if you think unless you think we're stopping.
Wait, we still have tomorrow. I'm going to call tomorrow, maybe not. But yeah, we're done for the day. But before we're done, I want to thank you, One Esports, TGC, and Astro Arena. But before we're done, we're going to have to update it bracket.
Oh, yes, of course. Let's bring up the quick update, the bracket of the lower bracket, of course, here. So first things first, you guys know what's been happening, especially since yesterday's game, the first day of the playoffs, cannot be forgotten. It's an absolute unforgettable day. And of course, so today, quickly updated, we had Enigma Gaming going toe-to-toe with Teo Teo, and of course Enigma Gaming taking a very, not to say a very clean, it may look like a clean 2-0, but that round actually was a lot more closer than it was supposed to be. Same goes to the next chance again, be Bikini and Pratahouse as they move forward. With tomorrow, they will contest to see which of these two teams will be heading to that lower bracket finals. Because with that being said, we're going to say one last time, we'd like to thank so much to Teo Teo and Bikini Bottom Pratahouse, and even the other teams who was not able to make it to the playoffs from the group stage as well. So seriously, great teams, great rosters, great talented players. Hopefully to see you next time on the next community event as well here.
Yep, and just stop switching teams, guys. Just stay with whatever team you are staying, because we can see they are building up those chemistry. They just start to glue themselves together. It's a shame for them to pull all those glues out again and try to match it with another team. Just stay there, okay? Because I'm looking forward for this team to be in the next season. hopefully we're still there.
I mean, we would definitely be still here. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, that's going to be it for us here tonight of day 2 of the playoffs here. I'm Len, also known as Yellow Lead. This is, of course, the beautiful Choo Choo. We wish you all a good night and, of course, a fantastic night.
One enemy remaining. One player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. My ultimate is... One player standing. One... Blinded. One enemy remaining. Human! One down. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Taken out.
One enemy remaining. One enemy standing. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Three enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Scanning field. Defender.
Really, really enjoyed that, man. And a challenge, you can see tons of talent on this team. When they're jealous, they're playing so very well.
The door is open for these new teams coming into the league to really make an impact.
And it works! Oh! They will make it happen! Bossy, the only one left! Back. And they've got light! Swinging at it over.
VCT Asia Pacific.
We'll see you in Bangkok, Thailand.
Look at this.
This is going to be so fun.